A people who wait endlessly for rescue eventually surrender their future. But today, when we speak about the self-organized Niger, we are speaking about something deeper than the government systems. We are speaking about a mindset shift. And that's what Power Shift Africa is all about. That's why Power Shift Africa is here to stay. Because a self-organized Niger is a Niger where citizens stop asking, who will save us? And start asking, what responsibility must I carry? What responsibility must you carry? It is a Niger where young people move from complaints to contribution. In Nigeria, where leadership is not about titles, but service. Where innovation is not imported, but created locally. Where communities solve problems together instead of waiting endlessly for intervention. Because the truth is, no nation rises accidentally. Every great nation was first organized in the minds of its people. Singapore organized itself in the 1964 after the separation with Malaysia. Today they are one of the strongest economy. Rwanda organized themselves after the 1994 genocide. Over 800,000 people were killed. Countries that once struggled made painful decisions to become disciplined, to become productive, and to become intentional. And Africa must do the same. But here's where reconciliation becomes very important. We are going to be having panelists, having different conversation, difficult conversation. So I'll plead with everyone here that as we revisit the past, we must admit painful truths. Yes, we have made mistakes. Leadership has failed us in many ways. Systems have disappointed people, ethnic divisions, corruption, selfish politics, and silence have wounded our societies. But reconciliation means refusing to remain prisoners of bitterness. We cannot rebuild the future while permanently fighting the past. The future demands maturity. The future demands unity. The future demands responsibility. And responsibility begins with self-organization. Young people must organize their minds. Families must organize their values. Communities must organize their priorities. Institutions must organize around integrity. Because when people are disorganized internally, believe me, no external policy can save them. And let me say this clearly. The greatest resource of Niger is not oil. It is not our land. The greatest resource, it's its people. We are the resource. Not just any kind of people, but a disciplined people, an informed people, a united people, a responsible people. That is what creates transformation. And this is why conferences like this matters. This is why Power Shift Africa is here in Kano. Power Shift Africa is not just raising leaders. We are raising thinkers. We are raising builders, problem solvers, nation shapers. Because Africa does not only need passionate youth. Africa needs organized youth. You too can think critically. You too can build systems. You too can collaborate. You too understand that activism without responsibility becomes noise. Ladies and gentlemen, the future we desire will not be donated to us. It must be built by us, brick by brick, mind by mind, value by value. And maybe that is the true meaning of rebuilding the future. Not merely changing government systems, we're doing that, but changing mentalities. Not merely demanding accountability, but becoming accountable ourselves. Not merely criticizing broken systems, but building working alternatives. Before I conclude, I want every young person here to remember this. Dependency may provide temporal comfort, but responsibility creates lasting dignity. The day Musa stopped depending on everyone else was the day he rediscovered its value. And perhaps the day Africa stops depending emotionally, mentally, and structurally on external rescue will be the day Africa will fully discover her strength. So let us rise with a new mindset today. Let us become self-organized citizens, self-organized communities, self-organized leaders. Let us revisit the past with honesty, reconcile with wisdom, and rebuild the future with courage. Because the future of Niger, the future of Africa will not be determined by those who wait. It will be determined by those who take responsibilities. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa.
Is one of Africa's most distinguished traditional rulers, renowned economists, and respected public intellectuals. As the Emir of Kano, he continues to shape conversations on governance, economic development, education, and social reforms across Nigeria and beyond. Before ascending the throne, His Excellency served as the governor recognition, including the prestigious CBN of the Year Award. A United Nations Sustainable Development Goal advocate, he remains a passionate champion of quality education. His Highness Muhammad Sanusi II, CON, is one of Africa's most distinguished traditional rulers, renowned economists, and respected public intellectuals. As the Emir of Kano, he continues to shape conversations on governance, economic development, education, and social reforms across Nigeria and beyond. Before ascending the throne, His Excellency served as the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, where his bold reforms strengthened the nation's financial system and gained international recognition, including the prestigious CBN of the Year Award. A United Nations Sustainable Development Goal advocate, he remains a passionate champion of quality education, gender equality, youth empowerment, and inclusive economic growth. His visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to nation building continue to inspire generations across Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we respectfully welcome our speaker, His Highness Muhammadu Sanusi II, CON, the Emir of Kano.
Please permit me to invite the representative of the Emir in the person of Professor Alhaji Abubakar Aminu Sanusi, Dambada Amin Kano, Wakil Sarki. Please let's put our hands together while he comes on stage.
الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين والأنبياء وقال رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Engineer Abba Kabir Yusuf, first, as we are all aware, Nigeria stands today at a critical crossroad in her history. More than 6 decades after independence, our nation continues to grapple with equity, justice, inclusion, and development. While we have recorded notable achievement, we have also witnessed periods of political instability, ethnic tensions, religious conflicts, economic hardship, insecurity, and growing distrust among our people. So we are all here not oblivious of these facts. Because, let me say something at this juncture. I was trained under my brother, His Royal Highness the Emir of Kano. I was motivated also to become an economist. I teach in the Department of Economics, Bayero University, Kano. I started as a graduate assistant until I rose to the highest rank in my career, which is a professor. I'm now a professor of economics. And we know what the country is facing, I think, better than anyone else. Because as an economist, what we often talk about is economic policies. Economic policies. This policy, that policy. So in economics, any policy that does not improve welfare of the poor is an inherently useless policy. I repeat, any economic policy that does not improve welfare of the teeming populace is an inherently useless policy. How was Nigeria in the past? Looking at this thing, revisiting the past, how was the country in terms of economy, in terms of security, in terms of well-developed infrastructure, in terms of education, in terms of health? How was Nigeria? What was Nigeria in the past decades? What it is today, and what will it be tomorrow? So we need to answer these three questions. And that requires juxtaposing. We need to juxtapose, meaning we need to compare Nigeria today to what it was 3-4 decades ago. Are we faring well? Are we improving? Are we growing? Are we developing? The answer is capital no. The answer is capital no. We are stagnating. We are retrogressing. And we are languishing under, inexplicable hardship, misery, and tribulation. What policies are you pursuing? What policies are you pursuing? And what are their impacts on the life of the poor? Are the policies you are pursuing improving life of the poor, or they are further impoverishing the poor? That is the question. The answer is yes. The poor in Nigeria is further impoverished. Because a lot of people, whenever I go out, you will be accosted by hundreds of people begging, roaming the streets, begging. Then what policies are you pursuing? What are you into? We have all it takes. We have all it takes to grow. We have all it takes to develop. But we have chosen to remain like this. Because of what? Because of unseriousness? Because we are jokers? Because it's a country where everyone does what he or she wishes. We don't care about others. We are selfish. We are corrupt. We are unserious. We are not committed to taking our beleaguered country to a higher height. So what are we doing? So actually that is it. So let me quickly also ponder on the issue of revisiting the past. Then what lessons have we learned from history? That's the question. If we are revisiting the past, what lessons have we learned from the past? Or what lessons have we learned from history? It's a good question that we need to ask ourselves. So it's like, someone who always, speeds at a high rate of speed, and the road is bad, and you are always cautioned to be gentle, to drive slowly, but you develop thick skin to the advice, and I just decide to be cruising at a high speed until you crash. Then you begin to complain that this is a destiny. No, it's not a destiny. You cause it for yourself. What we are into is an outcome of what we have caused for ourselves. So actually, and obviously, no nation can build a sustainable future. No any nation can build a sustainable future without understanding its past. Nigeria's history is one of remarkable diversity and immense potential. Long before colonial rule, various civilizations flourished across our land. But now, where are they? So I need to cite an example here of the ancient kingdom of this Kano itself: Katsina, Borno, Oyo, Benin, Jukun, Nupe, Igbo communities, and many others that develop sophisticated system of governance, commerce, learning, and social organization. All these things have today disappeared, or they are almost disappeared. They are gradually disappearing. If you don't want me to say that they have disappeared, so they are gradually disappearing. What we are left with is a very little of what we inherited from the past. We are just having a very little of what we inherited from the past. Am I mistaken? Am I lying? So that's it. So Kano and Borno Empire, among others, for example, contributed immensely to Africa's political and intellectual heritage. But today, where is that heritage? It has dissipated. It is no longer there. So let me not take much of your time. You have to be here with us. Lecturers, we often tend to be loquacious. We talk too much. Okay? So you just have to be here with us. Okay? Now let me ponder and recapitulate on the imperative of reconciliation. The imperative of reconciliation. Obviously, no society can advance sustainably while burdened by unresolved grievances. You and I know that Nigeria is heavily burdened by unresolved, by a plethora of unresolved grievances. Insecurity, dilapidation of infrastructure, corruption, poverty, to mention but a few. So at this juncture, it is noteworthy that political power alone cannot guarantee national progress. Why? Because nations rise not merely because of who occupies position of authority. Nations grow and rise not merely because of who occupies position of authority, but because institutions are strong and functional. Are our institutions strong and functional? The answer is that they are not. Our institutions are weak. And a society grows and develops. A society grows and develops if justice prevails. The question again, does justice prevail in Nigeria? A situation whereby you have almost all the duties of the judiciary usurped and taken over by the executive. Am I mistaken? So you take your case to the court of justice, but you will not get justice. You take it, you were cheated, you were beaten, your brother has been killed, but when you take the case to the court of justice, if the defendant is richer than you are virtually losing the case. You have no case. If you do not have money, you have no case. So justice doesn't prevail, actually. So when we talk of imperative of reconciliation, how do we reconcile? How do we ensure that justice prevails and citizens trust one another? We cannot trust one another because of, non-trustworthiness. You cannot, go into a joint venture with anybody without maybe ending up in the court or ending up exchanging words or beating each other. Why? And it's a business. You venture into a business, just one person will just do away with the money, and that's the end of it. So therefore, the concept of power shift should not be reduced merely to geographical rotation of political offices from the northwestern region to the northeastern region to the south, to the southeast, to the southwest. That is not what that means. But rather is the question of credibility and competence of the person that holds the power. How competent is the person? How credible is the person? So it's not, if you are voting for a party, you are just deceiving yourself. We have to vote for a credible, accountable, and capacious people who have the capacity to move the country to a higher height, not people that will just come, assume office, and steal our monies. So a true power shift involves shifting from exclusion to inclusion. 2, shifting from division to unity. Shifting from poverty to prosperity. Shifting from dependency to productivity. Shifting from conflict to cooperation, and most importantly, shifting from corruption to accountability. And also shifting from fear to security. So don't tell me shifting of power. If you are shifting the power, make sure that if you are coming in, you are going to ensure that these things are fixed. Ensure that what we have just said, you become committed to achieving security, to ensuring that there is security, that you have solved the problem of poverty, you have looked at health, you have looked at education. That is what you need to do. But unless you do this, to me, you have abdicated from your responsibility. You have abdicated from your responsibility. So in a democratic society, power belongs to the peoples, and governments derive legitimacy from their ability to serve citizens fairly and effectively. If they cannot serve citizens fairly and effectively, then the issue of power shift, or whoever finds himself or herself there, is just it's just a mirage. It's a mirage. So the most important power shift Nigeria requires today is not merely between or among religions, between or among regions, ethnic groups, or political parties. It is the shift from a politics of domination to a politics of service. We have to move from politics of domination to a politics of what? Service. Reconciliation does not mean forgetting history. Rather, it means confronting history honestly while choosing a future guided by wisdom rather than bitterness. We are haters of one another. You cannot travel from here to Enugu, from here to Lagos, without being attacked, without being, massacred. So we have to look at all these issues. We were amalgamated. Nigeria came under political amalgamation in 1914. God knew why then. God knew why we were amalgamated. Had God willed, we would have found ourselves in separate places. You are here as a country. I will be elsewhere by bringing us together. So why do we have to hate one another? We have to, love one another. That is what unity requires. We cannot just be saying unity, unity, while we are not nationally cohesive. So unity requires coming together, requires all hands. Unity requires all hands to be on deck to ensure that the country becomes prosperous in terms of economy, in terms of infrastructure building, in terms of health, in terms of virtually everything. So rebuilding the future. Now let me save on the time and ponder on rebuilding the future. The future of Nigeria cannot be built by the government alone. Don't think it's the government that is going, or governments at different tiers, at federal tier, state tier, and local tier. Don't think these three tiers of governments are what will make your country to be built. You have to contribute your quota. You have a role. You have a role to play. And what kind of a role? Pivotal role. You have to play a pivotal role as a Nigerian to ensure that this country is built. You cannot just surrender everything to the government. Government should do everything. No. You are a Nigerian also. This country is your country. If it crashes, or if the country gets a mesh into a civil war, we are not praying for that. We have no Nigeria again. So you have to contribute to your quota. So honestly, it's not the prerogative of the government alone to ensure national building. It's a tax of everyone. So, and what does it require? It requires a collective national effort involving traditional institutions, religious leaders, educational institutions, the private sector, civil society, and the citizens. All these components must come together. All hands must be on deck. And let me conclude my my address so that we have to actually ponder on these things. They are very important. So permit me please to ponder, and let me conclude the address. So as we reflect on the theme of this conference, let us remember that history offers lessons. History offers what? Lessons. Reconciliation offers healing. And the future offers hope. The power shift Nigeria needs most urgently is a shift in mindset. It's not only shift in power, but rather shift in what? Mindset. We have to work seriously on our mindset. Namely, from suspicion to trust, from division to unity, from entitlement to responsibility, from short-term interest to national development, and from politics of power to politics of service. Don't contest. Don't come into politics because you only aspire for the office. What are you going to do for the people? That's what should be at the back of your mind. Not only holding the office. What do you have? What proposal? What blueprint do you have for the poor? What blueprint do you have for the poor? So power shift, whenever we talk of power shift, we should put these things at the back of our minds. Future generations will judge us not by the challenges we inherited, but by the courage with which we confronted them and our ability to overcome the challenges. Finally, may we therefore leave this conference with an unwavering commitment to building a better Nigeria that is united in diversity, prosperous in opportunities, just in governance, and secure in peace. On behalf of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Kano, I personally thank the organizers of this noble initiative and wish all participants fruitful deliberations. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Madakin Kano, for that wonderful keynote speech. One of my key takeaways from what he said is change does not start from the government alone. Change starts from you yourself. So every time we talk about change, we shouldn't look about the leaders, the people at the top. Let's look within ourselves and see how we can change from our own self before we look at the government. Thank you very much, sir, once again. So let's put a round of applause for him once again. Okay, so I would like to invite our first spoken word performer in person of Adamu Abubakar, also known as Make Africa. Please, let's put a round of applause while he walks on the stage.
Every night before my father disappeared, he gives me a short knife and a handful of prayer to hide under my pillow. He told me that the only way to survive here is to fight back. I believed him until the day I watched him becoming cold, sinking into death, with blood prints of our neighboring clan all over his hands. I cried as I started watching my people becoming dust, disappearing forever. Blood rushing from chamber to chamber of their hearts, finding its way to freedom, to flow, to be covered with sand, because that's the only way to be safe here. I asked my mother, Uma, how can we stop all this madness? But women of my time did not learn how to open their mouth to speak. And this is how I know that we come from generation of ruminant women, They chew cold with pain in the middle. They regurgitate every suffering, chew it again and again and again until it becomes soft and rotten. Remember that ruminant women do not learn how to open their mouth, they swallow it. Have goes into their belly, buried forever, have stays around their chest until we suck it. As life, as death, as milk, a liquid form. Hausawa cewa suke abin dariya idan yaro ya tsinci haƙori. Amma a wasu jihohin wanda ba a kiransu da arewacin Najeriya. Domin a arewacin Najeriya da yaro zai tsinci haƙori neman guri zai yi ya zauna sannan ya rintse idanunsa. Sai ya sanya wannan haƙorin a tafin hannunsa na dama. Sai ya kirawo yatsunsa guda 5 da sunan kowane ubangiji da ya yarda da shi. Sannan ya rufe saman haƙorin da yatsunsa guda 4. Sai ya ɗora babban ɗan yatsunsa da kai da ƙarfinsa na noma da kowane irin nauyi da za ka iya kiransa da dutsen zuba ko dutsen uhuduma. Kafin ya buɗe idanunsa sai ya addu'an tabbatarwa Ubangiji ya sa wannan haƙorin ɗaya daga cikin danginsa ne wanda ya rasa ko kuma wanda aka zo har gida aka satar masa su. Domin zai iya kasancewa wani abu da za ka iya binnewa domin ka ziyarce shi a lokaci na kewa ko kuma wani abu da za ka iya nuna wa duniya cewa ka fito ne daga gidan jarumta. Domin mun yi imani ne da cewa ko da kuwa guguwa ce ta taso ko kuma gobara daga kogi to tabbas ci take ta bar saura. Za ku iya kiran jihohinmu da saura ko kuma kwanan da aka kudanta iyayenmu a ciki aka cinye. Sai dai ku sani addu'o'in iyayenmu ba za su taɓa faɗuwa ƙasa banza ba ko da kuwa an kwashe addu'o'i ne tun daga gogorinsu. Kafin su iso harsunansu kafin labbansu su furta ko da kuwa an zuba addu'o'i ne a cikin yawon da take ta farfasa. Addu'o'in iyayenmu za su taso ko da kuwa a matsayin tiriri ne kuma za mu shaƙe su da hancinanmu wanda suka daɗe a buɗe. Kamar dai ƙofofin tuba ga Ubangiji. Kamar dai ka bunu kamar ɗa wanda idan ya fito daga cikin mahaifiyarsa babu yanda za ka iya ka mayar da shi. Jihohinmu na arewacin Najeriya za su ci gaba da tashi kuma ba za su taɓa faɗuwa ƙasa ba insha Allah. A wasu lokuta cewa ake yanci na zuwa ne tamkar kura a cikin fatar mage. Tamkar muryar sarauniya mai cike da amo tana furta shigo ba zurfi tamkar fuskar masoyiya mai cike da annashuwa da murmushi na ɗaukar rai. Ta kasance uwa ce a bar ƙauna ta Nigeria. Tsalle ɗaya ta faɗa rijiya amma ta yi 1000 sai ido kamar bujiya. A wannan ƙasar da shugabanninmu suka shuka yanci aka tone, wannan ƙasar da ta'addanci ya zama tamkar shan maganin bature. Safe, rana, dare, kuka da fargaba ya sa kowa ya tsore. Ku faɗa min, me zan cewa Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Oduduwa kakannina, su da suka yi bauta don su ceci mamana a cikin rana. We cannot suffer this. We have to go back to the past. Hold my hand, let's all reconcile and make a brighter way to the future. Let's make this possible. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Meek Africa, for that wonderful performance. And just like he said, let's reach out to him and join our hands together to reconcile. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next on our agenda is our first panel discussion, which will be discussing revisiting the past. Please join me as we welcome our host, Amina Jibril.
Assalamu alaikum, Kano. Good afternoon, everyone. So, our distinguished guests, So join me as I welcome our distinguished panelists seated here. So before we dive in to our conversation, I want to share with you that we have an online platform for asking questions. So if you have questions to ask, we have an online platform for asking questions. So it's going to pop on the screen and you just get the code so that you can send in your questions. Thank you so much. So, welcome, Mr. Mubarak.
Thank you
How
so
do you
much.
feel this afternoon?
Thank you so much.
All right, so Mr. Mubarak, we are here to discuss about the past. We are revisiting the past. And why do you think it is important for us as a nation to look into our past?
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So I think it's a very important conversation to have. So we have a very robust understanding of where we are coming from. And before I even dig into that, I would want to take us back to how we existed as a nation before this country called Nigeria. So before we were brought together by the colonial leaders, Nigeria simply existed as different entities of traditional settings, meaning that we had different kingdoms. We had the Oyo Empire, the Benin kingdoms, who were well known for their artifacts. We had the Sokoto Caliphate and quite a number of kingdoms who, importantly, it is worthy to note that they were doing very well. They had their existing structures. They had absolute control of their own economy and all of that. What changed wasn't that they wanted to come together to form a nation. What really changed then wasn't because they had a conversation and then they wanted to reflect the opportunity to exist as one. The difference was that our colonial leaders were also going through their own industrial revolution and they were looking for opportunities to have direct access to more resources and also to extend their imperialism. And because of that, they came in three ways. They came in as Christian missionaries, they came in as traders, and also as political leaders, using their influence with some of the things they have, introduce whatever it is they had then, and then with the ultimate aim of forming an entity that could advance the opportunity to make a larger business, to make more profits. So at the end of the day, they brought the southern part of the country and the northern part of the country together simply because they wanted to extend their business, right, just to make more profits. It wasn't actually because the nations that existed, or the communities that existed then, or the kingdoms that existed then, they wanted to come together. And I believe that was the origin of our problem. And that is why it's important for us to also have such conversation now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Mubarak. So before I move on to the next speaker, Mr. Mubarak, I have a question, follow-up question for you regarding
Okay.
that, what you just described. So you made mention of the colonization of Nigeria. So do you think it was actually a mistake for that colonialization to happen? Was it a mistake to bring together North and the South?
So it wasn't a mistake because it was a concerted effort by the colonial leaders. Like I said, it was a strategy for them to advance their own imperialism. So for them, it wasn't a mistake. It was a direct and a concerted effort to ensure that they have more access to resources, they have more access to powers and all of that. So it wasn't a mistake on their own end.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mubarak. So moving off to you, Ms. Linda. What comes to your mind about revisiting the past? What do you have to say about revisiting the past? When we look at our histories, we notice that we have different versions of the history. Why do you think it is fractured? Why are we having different versions of the history of the same nation?
Thank you very much, Madam Amina, for that question. I think I'm going to start this conversation by saying that the reason why we revisit the past is not because we are stuck. It is actually because some things need to be seen. And there is actually a quote by Lev Saavedra. So I think as Nigerians, the reason why we are having this conversation is because we need to see those things that happened in the past before we were born. We need to bring them up. We need to talk about it. Because if we don't see it, we're not going to heal from it. And so I think the reason why we have different versions of this story, it's because as Nigerians, we embody different ethnicity. So for the fact that we have different ethnic groups, and then we come from different places, that is the reason why a story that happened, and then two persons are meant to describe what happened, they give a different version of it. I know this popular story of three blind men going to, and then they were asked to feel an elephant and then describe what they think an elephant looks like. So these three people gave a different description of what that elephant looked like. And that was what happened in Nigeria. Because the British, when they came to Nigeria, they devised different means to enter into our various ethnic groups. When they came to the north, obviously the north was organized. They had the king. They were already living well, like they were already living well because they have a structure. But then when they came, they knew that, okay, if I attack the head, I'm going to get those that are below them. And that was the means they used in going to the north. And then when we go to the south, and then we go to the west, there were other different means which they used to penetrate into our various groups. So that is the reason why we have different stories from different Nigerians.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Linda. So I'm moving on to Mr. Mizelam. Mr. Mizelam, I would like to hear from you. We've mentioned that there are different, we have fractured stories about our nation. Can you share instances like stories you've heard about the nation that you believe what you hear is different from maybe the perspective of another person? Just share instances with us.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. And it's a privilege to sit before all of us here to have this all-important conversation, especially considering the fact that it's coming at a point in time where most of the challenges and issues we have in the past are still believing us. We are still suffering from the pain, from the outcome, from the impact of those challenges. So from my own end, I'll be speaking from my own perspective. And the essence of this gathering here is for us to have an open mind about what happened. It's not for us to begin to cast aspersions or to try to kind of give reasons or make excuses for what our various regions suffered within that period. So for me, what really makes a great impact in my own understanding about what happened in the past is the issue of the Civil War and the impact it had on us as a nation. So between 1960, when we gained our independence, and 1966, we are trying as a nation to, come together, try to still understand ourselves better, and see how we can forge ahead in a democratic setting. So the independence came with the impression that, we're going to recognize the fact that we are all one Nigeria without any discrepancy, without any recourse to, you're from the west, you're from the north, you're from the south. It was supposed to be one big family. But then, just as we are experiencing currently, we saw that our leaders at that time were insensitive to the plights of the citizens. There was gross allegation of corruption, insensitivity to the citizens, electoral malpractices, and so many issues that are very decisive and that caused division amongst the region. So it was on that note that some soldiers thought it wise, in their own opinion, that they had that opportunity to take back Nigeria and then give us back the type of government and system we want. That is one Nigeria. The coup took place in January 1966, and it was plotted by 5 soldiers, most of whom were from the Igbo extraction. But the unfortunate thing about the outcome of the coup was that at the end of the day, it was not complete. It was not very successful. It saw to the elimination of leaders from certain regions, with exception to other regions. It saw to the elimination of the Saudani of Sokoto, who was then the premier of the northern region, the elimination of the premier of the southern region, Samuel Akintola, and also Tafawa Balewa, who was our then prime minister. But then Nnamdi Azikiwe escaped mysteriously, and the premier of the eastern region also escaped the elimination. So it kind of gave an opportunity for this conspiracy theory that, oh, this is a sectional coup, that this coup was intended to eliminate or kill other leaders from other regions, with the exception of leaders from the Igbo extraction. So it caused a lot of mistrust and disunity and political tension in the country within that period. And at the end of the day, because they were not satisfied, despite the fact that the coup was quashed by someone from Igbo origin, from Igbo extraction, that's Major General Aguiyi, they were not satisfied with what happened. They eventually plotted a counter coup, the coup in July 1966, which now saw to the proper elimination of Aguiyi. And at the end of the day, we felt that, oh, we are now all at par and we've all had our pound of flesh. Let us move on. But it didn't stop at that. It continued. It continued beyond that coup. The Easterners in the northern region were killed in their thousands, and there was now a mass exodus of people from the Easterners in the northern region back to the east for fear of their life, and this caused a lot of disintegration within that period. And at the end of the day, that was what now gave rise to the impression about the whole marginalization concept. That, okay, you people do not want us in your region, you feel that we are dominating your region, fine, allow us to go. Let us have our own self-determination. Let us have our own republic. Let us have our own identity. But the Nigerian government said, no, we must marry ourselves by fire, by force, so you people are not going anywhere. So at the end of the day, the war broke out. Now, beyond who suffered and who didn't suffer, the outcome of the war is still part of what forms the challenges that we are having now. There was gross massacre and deaths of people, not just from the eastern region, from other regions too, because there were soldiers who were not Easterners that also fought in the war that lost their lives. There was also the issue of the economic vacuum that war caused across regions. There were destruction of properties. It took a very long time for us to recover from the outcome of that war. Now, at the end of the day, when the war was fought for about 30 months and every strategy was employed, the blockade of food, the siege around the eastern region, and then the elephants felt that they were tired. They called it off. And the then military head of state, in the person of General Yakubu Gowon, proclaimed at that point that it was a no victor, no vanquish situation, that we all had our losses and we all had, there was no gain actually, that we all had our losses. But then, between you and I feel that was just a proclamation. It was not a sincere project. There were no laid down strategies to implement that proclamation, because at the end of the day, we saw that there were no adequate provisions for the Easterners to become really integrated into the system. The indigenization decree took place within that period of time, and it was mostly persons from the other regions that benefited from that decree, that saw or that imposed on companies, foreign companies, to sell off certain number of shares they had to people. Now, the Easterners did not have any money. The currency had also changed within that period, so they couldn't have even used the old currency to do anything. So all that they were left with was the 20,000 pounds that was shared to them, irrespective of whatever property or whatever money they had. And that didn't really speak well of that proclamation at the end of the day, because we still nurse the pain. Certain persons still nurse the pain from what happened in that era. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Chimezelam. This is already getting heavy. I can feel my heart is heavy. You know, it's uncomfortable. Sometimes when we visit the past, pain, it becomes uncomfortable, but there is a need for us to honestly look at it. Ms. Chimezelam,
Yes.
you shared from like a historical perspective. I want to hear from your own point of view. As someone coming from the East, what were the stories you grew up with concerning the Civil War, the things that happened? How did that make you feel? And how do you see the other regions because of that perspective you grew up with? Please share with us.
All right, thank you. So before now, I used to have this apprehension of the northern region, I must confess. But all of that changed. I'm going to give 2 instances. I grew up almost all of my life in the East. But then, luckily for me, I was posted to Nasarawa, to Gombe for youth service. Now I heard Gombe, the place was sounding so far. And I told my mom, I cannot go to Gombe. She herself was also skeptical. She said, yes, you will not go to Gombe. So the plan was to have me maybe do my camp there and then relocate eventually. I tried as a Nigerian to manipulate the system, but eventually I was now posted to Nasarawa. So it was just as if fate tied myself with the knot. I couldn't run away from it. So when I got to Nasarawa State, I met a very, very accommodating place. I mean, I was even retained at some point, but due to some other circumstances, I had to go back. I had a family that even up till now, I still maintain the relationship, I still maintain the communication with them. Now, beyond that, it didn't also end there. Even as at my coming for this conference, I came from Abia State. When I told a few persons that, okay, I was going to Kano for a conference, the same issue came up. What are you going to the north to do? Be safe, oh, be this one, oh, be that one, oh. So we see that over time, it's not something that is going to disappear immediately. It's going to take very conscious efforts. I'm not relenting on my own part, despite the fact that my mom told me stories of how they had to eat wall gecko, how they had to even disguise her brother as a female in order to escape his not being absorbed into the military to fight the war. There were a lot of issues that came up at that time, but I'm trying to, live above all of those stories and try to see things for myself, try to have my own personal perspective of what other regions are like. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you so much, Ms. Mimi. I would like to move on, but some of the things you are sharing is not allowing me to move on. You shared some instances about people eating wall gecko. This is the first time I'm hearing this, actually. Please, I would like you to give us, just share more about it. That history, yes.
Sorry, I did not get you.
Sorry?
Your question again, please.
You shared that there was a time that some people had to eat wall gecko to survive.
Yes.
I want you to share some things about that.
All right. So since we now want to go in depth, now during the war between 1967 and 1970, the federal government deployed a lot of strategies to fight the war. The war wasn't just fought on the battlefield. There were other mechanisms that they employed, they used to advance their cause. So beyond the kaka that was happening, there was also a major blockade of food, supply of food and medicine and other relief materials to the east. So for that reason, people now had to resort to improvising with what they had. So if you don't see meat, if you don't see stockfish, it's war gecko now, it's cockroach. It's you try to make do with whatever you have at that point in time to supplement for food. So those were some of the challenges that they experienced at that time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chimezela. In fact, I can't imagine eating that war gecko. So imagine we had people in Nigeria that went through that kind of traumatic experience. So I will be moving on to our next speaker, Ms. Mrs. Efa Sunday. You heard, I will just deliberate on Mimi's story. You heard what she shared about people eating war gecko, and do you know about the stories, or what is your own perspective of the history? And she also shared that about things not going to the east. I want to hear your own perspective of the past so that we can...
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kano, for having me. This is my first time in Kano, and I'm excited to be here. And I also want to say thank you to the Emir that is seated here representing the Emir of Kano. Let me get his name. You know, courtesy demands that you respect our royal fathers. He is Professor Abubakar Aminu Sanusi, the Dan Madamin of Kano. I would not have anything more to say because he has actually said almost everything about visiting the past when he was giving his address. So please, House, can we give a round of applause to him? Thank you very much. Okay, so to the question you asked, Madam Amina, we're having a conversation last night while in the hotel room, and my roommate said something very spectacular, and that's where I'm going to start from. And she's from the Northeast, and she gave a very good perspective that Northeast and the North, generally, they are brought up with storytelling. People sit under the moonlight, they hear tales, they hear stories, and sometimes, or most often, the stories that have been passed from generations down to these recent generations have been distorted stories that, you know, you kind of, if you don't look deeper, you won't be able to relate with other parts, people from other parts of the country. And she said a striking word, that she now has learned not to relate with people based on the stories she heard, but based on their encounters. And that's where I'm going to start from. So as all of us in this room, we all have our stories. Before I even started preparing for this conference, right, I have my own story. I'm from Cross River, but before we became different states, we could be classified to be under the Eastern region. So as being under the old Eastern region, we know what we heard about the North, that they killed our people, they starved us like Sheikh Mezalam tried to establish, but that is also a distorted version of the story. I read history, I prepared before coming, and I know that most of the stories we are being told are stories to justify our perspective, not actually the general perspective of what really happened. I don't know if you would like me to go into the details, but I will just stop here for now until your next question.
Thank you so much. So just like you said, I would love you to go into the details. What are some of these distorted stories?
Okay, before the 1966 January 15 coup that those 5 generals, you know, came up with, the political problem of Nigeria started with the Western region. Now, I'm not here to romanticize any group as being bad or any region as being good, right? I'm here for us to revisit the past because history is within us, Madam Amina, and it's like a mirror. Whether we try to romance it, whether we try to confront it, it's a shadow. It goes everywhere with us until we open up the cans of worms with truth, with honesty, and then we begin to heal. That's where the reconciliation comes in. Now, the Western region, all the various regions were doing great. They were doing well before we had the unholy marriage. Mubarak talked about that. When that unholy marriage came up in 1914, it brought a lot of cracks from the very first constitution we had that tried to establish some form of federalism and had autonomous regions in the various regions. These regions were doing well, Madam Amina. We had educational opportunities across board. We have the North that have their religious style of governance, right? Now, when Akintola, who was the then deputy prime minister to Awolowo, they formed the AG in the West. We had the NCC in the East. We had the NPC in the North. There was supposed to be a leader, a group, a form of government that will be our first indigenous government after the colonial rule, and that was to happen in 1959. There was a whole lot of breakdown. I want you all to go and read it because we may not have all the time to go into the details. But that breakdown that happened in the West, then Sir Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially historians, felt or are still feeling that Tafawa Balewa did not handle the issue properly. Akintola had now moved to become the premier of the West, while Awolowo became the leader of the opposition, right? We had Nnamdi Azikiwe as the ceremonial president and Tafawa Balewa as the prime minister. When that happened, we had the most dangerous killings in Nigeria for the first time. We had the first House of Representatives throwing blows and fighting in the House. It happened in the West. We see it now happening in our National Assembly. It began from the West. So the struggle and the problem we have politically started from there. Now, what many Nigerians thought that Tafawa Balewa would have done, there is something in social constructs called Pyrrhic victory. Tafawa Balewa felt that he did the constitutionally right things to do, but politically they were wrong. So says many historians, and I belong to that school of thought, because the federal government led by him were all in support of Akintola, and this is someone who has already divided himself, and Awolowo had divided the Western region into two factions, right? The same group. So many people felt that you should have allowed the region, the Western region, and the House, the regional House, which is what we see now as House of Assembly or National Assembly, to decide the fate of what happens with the ruling party in the AG. But Tafawa Balewa didn't allow that to happen, and that led to what we call Operation Wet. There was an emergency rule declared. People were not happy. Awolowo was eventually arrested, incarcerated, and all of those. So those are some of the grievances that the West have against the North. That we had the opportunity for you to unite us, but the West, the Northern man, further cracks this division. Another misgiving we have is about the Civil War. Igbo say, oh, we were so much, we were fatally killed, massacred. In fact, they put the estimated figure to almost 3 million deaths in the East during the Civil War that happened. But before that Civil War actually happened, what happened? We need to learn history to be able to rewrite the future. What happened was that people felt that these generals, these military men, now felt that Nigerian government, the civilian people, are now greedy, corrupt, selfish, and about themselves rather than about being the nation, about being the people. And they wanted to upturn or oust the existing, though we have about majority of them being from the Igbo extraction, we also have Adewale Ademoyega, who is a military person from the East, from the West amongst them. They killed the majority of the North. If I was a Northerner, I would also feel, because like Chime Zalam established, how do you tell me that this is not sectionalized? When Okpara was not killed, the Prime Minister of the East, he was said to be on medical vacation. Nnamdi Azikiwe also escaped death. How do you explain that? So to the mindset of the Northerners, it was like the Igbos against them. Now there was a counter coup by 6 months later in July, and there was so many Igbos killed in the North. I ordinarily, as a Nigerian that wants unity, I thought it should have ended there. But another mistake that happened, Madam Amina, and I'm going to stop there for now because this conversation is going to be very long. Another mistake that happened is that when Yakubu Gowon emerged as the head of state, people had thought it was going to put up the right structure to settle what was happening. But what did he do? Even when they had the Aburi Accord, there was renege from the part of the federal government through the Decree 38 that Ojukwu had felt, okay, you are going back on what we had already agreed on, right? So there are so many misgivings, right? But at the end of the day, we are saying let's confront these pains with truth and honesty and move forward from there. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you so much, Mrs. Effa. So I'll be coming back to our first speaker, Mr. Mubarak. We listened to Effa spoke about historical perspective, different perspective from the northern side, the western side, the eastern part. I want you to speak to us in respect to the northern part. Why do you feel the northerners, why do you feel the thing that happened in the Civil War happened? And how did the northerners feel? Why did they feel the way they felt?
Okay, thank you so much. So I wouldn't want to go too detailed into history because they've given us a very robust history lesson. So again, she mentioned, as she rightly mentioned, that part of those that orchestrated the Civil War were largely from the Igbo divide. So because of that, it was easier for the northern region to have that notion that there is a strong attack from the south to the north. So just because of that reason, it's obvious that the understanding of where it is actually coming from was not even fully understood, so to speak. People from the north felt that just because we have XYZ people coming from the south to make this attack, then definitely they are a problem. So I believe that is what actually happened as a then.
Okay, so you mentioned that what happened, they didn't even know why it happened. Like, the real truth was not confronted. Why it happened was not really confronted, right?
No.
It wasn't. So can you share with us? I want to get to hear some of the truth.
Sorry?
I want to hear what are the things happening, the truth. I want to get to know the truth behind what happened.
Okay, so during all those periods, the Igbo divide also felt sided. Sided in the sense that they felt they were not being captured in the scheme of things. And that was because of the level of coordination they had in the northern side of the country. When amalgamation happened, there was predominantly a structured rule of law in the north. Of course, they also had in various kingdoms in the southern parts, but the northern part had a more coordinated rule of law. So because of that, it was easier to penetrate via the northern people, right? By using the word penetration, I'm simply trying to explain that it's easier to rule via the north than from the south, because as at then, they had also already introduced Western education in the south, right, which wasn't the same in the north. So they felt the Igbo divide or the southern divide, they felt marginalized to some extent. So because of that, they felt they were justified fighting back. So yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mbarak. And I'll be moving on to our next speaker, Ms. Linda Ome. Mr. Mbarak here mentioned that the eastern region, specifically the Igbos, felt marginalized. And as someone from that region, I want to hear from you. Do you think the Igbos were actually marginalized?
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Amina. I think the federal character of Nigeria doesn't actually look at equality, because when we look at the House of Representatives and then the states which was created, the Britain actually, what they created then when they started ruling Nigeria was that they gave the slot that was given to the north was actually higher than the one they gave to the south and the one they gave to the west. Hello. So for someone who will look at it logically, they'll be like, why do you have to give 12 to this other region and then you give 5 to me? I feel like you're not being fair. So if you're going to look at it from that number aspect, as an Igbo person, they will always come up with that narrative and say that, I think I'm being marginalized, because if you are going to call us as one Nigeria, then anything we are going to be doing should be done on equal basis. But I also want to reiterate a little, because I feel like this conversation we are having today we are actually placing our focus on the north, the south, and the west, majorly Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. But what about minor tribes? Are we trying to say that if someone is not an Igbo person, if someone is not from Anambra State, if someone is not from Kano State, if someone is not from Lagos or Ibadan, that that person as a Nigerian doesn't have a voice? I think that begs the question. We should actually sit down and then look at what really is the problem and the situation we need to start discussing as Nigerians. Why don't we come out of that hole that the Britons has placed us years ago? Because I have been to Taraba. I was born in Kano State. I actually spent my childhood days in Kano State, despite being an Igbo person. And I can categorically tell you today that I choose and will always choose to remain in the north, because I feel like this country is one. And so therefore, I don't have this mindset that if I'm in the north, I should want to exclude myself from what is happening in the north. So therefore, I feel like the Igbos have a point when they say that they are being marginalized. But I think that is not the case. We need to actually revisit the past, look at the past, because we cannot start solving a problem from the symptoms. There is actually a cause for that problem. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Linda Ume. So like she rightly said, we need to start asking ourselves questions. Okay, so I think right here we also have questions for our speakers, right? So like I mentioned earlier, we have an online platform for questions, which I'll be sharing with you now. So I want everyone to visit www.slido.com and just type in the code that is showing on the screen so that you can send in your questions. Thank you so much. So I would like to also hear from Ms. Chimizulam. You are also from the East. Ms. Linda mentioned that to her she felt that Igbos are not marginalized. What do you have to say about that?
All right, thank you very much. So from my own angle, just as she had said, as much as we want to divide or be divisive about this issue, it's also a national challenge. So from the point of the Igbo man, I believe it has always been an issue of, okay, I have never been given an opportunity to lead. So there is always that grievance that since 1999, that no Igbo person has emerged as president. And then there is also the challenge of allocation of juicy political offices, where we see most times the Igbos are kind of dropped or given lesser positions to occupy, while persons from other regions are given maybe the juicier ones to occupy. So all of that is what forms that impression that, okay, we are not being carried along, that it just seems like it's a tag along. And at the end of the day, it gives the impression, it gives that notion that we are not one, we are not accommodated, we are just giving the leftovers. So that's what gives that impression of marginalization in the East.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Linda Omu. Ms. Chimizel, I'm sorry. Okay, so moving on to our last speaker. Just before we have our questions come in, do you have any other thing you would like to add?
I didn't hear you, sorry. Please speak up a bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so just before we have our questions, you've heard the different perspective. So what do you have to say about it?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that the whole regions have their fair share of the blame. It's not only the Igbo, it's not only the North, it's also everywhere. The Northerners have their fair share because when the Sir Otto Richard came up with the first constitution, and he tried to bring out House of Representatives, where in his mind he wanted Nigerians to be part of the decision table, right? We had 44 council members, and we had 16 official council members in that council and 28 non-officials. And he divided that 28 along 9 for the north, 6 for the west, and 5 to the east. And then others for other sectors, mining, excuse me please, mining, like that, infrastructure and all that. And then we have 4 from Lagos and Calabar. So what Chimezalam was trying to establish is that, Linda, is that in my mind as an Igbo person, I will now feel like, why did you give 9 to the north and gave me 5 and give 6 to the west? That's one part. So from the very beginning, even when we had regional houses for the regions, for the 3 regions, the northerners have special house of chiefs. So these are some of the things that other regions are seeing to say, oh, there's this, in the world of football, those that watch football will say FIFA likes Messi. So this is what we can say about the region. Like, it's as though the British colonial masters prefer the north, maybe because they have a structured system of government already in place. That's one. To the other side, where the Igbos are also to be blamed, I said earlier, you cannot say that your people were not killed when you staged the coup. You killed these other people, and you have not taken responsibility for what you did. Even when Agoyin Rosie came and became the head of state, he delayed in prosecuting these 5 generals. He didn't do much about it. So the northerners fled up. It's justifiable. But that's not to say that the best way to handle that was to kill, because the lives of every Nigerian matter. So even after that anti-Igbo violence occurred in July 1966, it should have ended. But it didn't end. Yakubu Gowon came and was trying to play, soft fiddle. So we can rightly say that the Igbos have their rights to also feel marginalized, okay? When the war broke out in 1967, the Civil War now, Awolowo, he had been released from the prison, by the way, and he was the vice chairman of the council and also the minister for finance. They were sending supplies to the east. So as against what we have, the stories we've been told, like she tried to establish that there were stories at the Earth War Gecko, which is true. But what happened before the Earth War Gecko? Supplies were being sent to the east for these children, for the civilians to feed on. The soldiers were hoarding it. Who were these soldiers? Biafran soldiers. They were not northerners. They were the same set of people hoarding the supplies for the east. Until they started seeing Awolowo and Yakubu Gowon started seeing pictures of malnourished children with kwashoko and all of that. And they said, look, is it because you have supplies, that's why you have the energy to fight? Let's block the land, the sea, and the air. So that's what gave rise to the blockade that we have. So it can also be said that the Igbos contributed to why they had that massive death, because majority of the death that happened during the Civil War was not even from the guns. It was from malnourished children, lack of food, and all of that. So they themselves contributed, or let me say we contributed to what happened. And going back to the West, my roommate, who is also my friend from Yobe, she kept saying she heard these stories that they said you can never trust the Western people, that they are always conny people. That's not also true. I think that we should give ourselves the opportunity to meet, have personal encounters, right? And see what exactly this person is made of. I used to also fear the Igbos. I'm from Cross River State by birth, by origin. But there was a year when my family was almost killed in Ebonyi. My father, my mother, my entire family were almost killed. Why? Because of communal clash. And it was said that the Igbos eat people. But I'm here with Chimezalam, the executive director of this great movement. It's an Igbo man. We have Igbos around us who are doing so well. Speaking about the progress for national unity, will I now base my assumption, because I was almost lynched with my family, and also look at it on a general scale and say Igbo people are bad? So we all have a fair share of blame. We all have to accept that we have wronged each other and then move on from there.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Alpha. So from what I understand from you is we all have a share of the blame. So now my challenge to our audience is you go back and check yourself. What is that your own share of the blame? And acknowledge it. So we have questions, and our first question here is, what are the most important lessons from Nigeria's past that we have failed to learn from, so that it don't repeat the same? Okay, what are the most important lessons from Nigeria's past that we have failed to learn, and how can we ensure we don't repeat the same mistakes? So before you respond to that question, the essence of revisiting the past is for us to visit those uncomfortable truths. Because if we keep sweeping things under the carpet, we can't move forward. So we have another session on reconciliation, which is going to also share, people are going to share their perspectives, their experiences, and on how they are able to overcome some of these challenges. So I think this question, I'll be calling on Mrs. Effa to answer this question. What are the most important lessons from Nigeria's past that we failed to learn from?
Okay, I've stated so many others. One of the very important ones that I would like to state is the mistake of the 1993 June 12 general election. Up until today, I think it was late President Muhammadu Buhari that now finally saw the need to, accept the results of that 1993 annulled election and declared Kano Abiola the winner, and even posthumously gave him the GCON after the man has died. So what was the essence of annulling? We still have General Babangida alive, and he has even published a book, surprisingly. Nigerian leaders have this, when they are in government, they are always saying there is a conspiracy theory, because what General Babangida said to us Nigerians was that he was under serious political pressure, so he couldn't announce the winner. I don't know why, because even the running mate to MK Abiola was from the north, from Borno State, while the other man who was contesting against him was also a northerner with someone from the east as his running mate. So we had Nigerians voting across board, irrespective of religion, irrespective of region. We had people, for the very first time, option A4 was employed by Sir Humphrey Nwosu. That election was considered the freest so far that we have ever seen. And somebody came and upturned the decision of Nigerians, and we still keep seeing that. Many elections even after, I'm even scared for the one to come in 2027, because it looks like it's going to be a recurrent decimal where Nigerian politicians keep upturning the decisions of the people. And that's why we now see apathy, political apathy. On election day, people don't like to go out for elections. People don't even want to they don't want to participate in the democracy process. They feel like democracy is what we used to say of when we were in secondary school. Government of the people, for the people, and by the people. If it is actually of the people, by the people, and for the people, why would you take a decision that affects me without considering me? My royal father, when he was giving his address earlier, he said, any policy that any government makes that is not in tandem with the welfare of the people is an absolutely useless policy, and I agree with him 100%. What are the policies? What is the essence of a government that you don't have the people you are governing over? Is it until when we all die from hunger, from starvation, from ill policies, ill economic policies that are not even favoring the people? So these are some of the issues. So the 1993 election is one critical lesson that we need to revisit. So many years down the line, even when Awolowo declared himself the president of Nigeria, he was tried for treason. When I was studying, I said, yes, it should be, because we cannot have a government within a government. That's treasonable felony. He was rightly tried, and he died. But going forward, how do we amend these things? Should we say that we should continue in this way? If we keep going, then what I can say is that I know where Nigeria is headed in the next 10, 20 years. We will still go back to where we're coming from. And that is why we are having this conversation, so that we don't repeat history. We now, the bridge in the middle, we must rebuild that bridge consciously through this kind of conversations and many others to come, to say, no, we don't want the division, we don't want the ill people policy, we don't want the death, we don't want the starvation, we don't want the division. We want to unite and build a formidable nation that our children can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Effa. So from what I heard Ms. Effa said is, things kept repeating, history kept repeating itself, and we must have a different system for us to be able to move away from going round in circles. So thank you, Mrs. Effa. This one is more of a reflection. He said, revisiting our past is not about assigning blame. It is about understanding how historical events, including the political crisis and military coup of the 1960s, and the ethnic and regional perceptions they generated, shaped our national consciousness. By learning from those experiences, we can build stronger institutions, promote justice, foster inclusion, and ensure that every Nigerian feels they have an equal stake in our country's future. And I can't agree less, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So we also have another reflection that says, a nation becomes stronger when every citizen believes they have equal opportunities regardless of ethnicity, religion, or region. Revisiting our past should help us identify where exclusion occurred, strengthen institutions, promote merit alongside fairness, and build a Nigeria where every citizen feels they belong. So there's a discussion about Nigeria's history. Many young people grow up with narratives that seem to place most of the blame for our national challenges on leaders from one region, particularly the North. In the spirit of reconciliation, how can we encourage a more balanced understanding of history that acknowledges the role of all actors and helps unite rather than divide future generations? So like I mentioned earlier, we are just trying to uncover what has been covered in our history, right? We are going to have another exciting session on reconciliation, and we are going to be discussing how we can build that united nation, right? So another one is also a reflection. Okay, let me share this question first. To what extent do you believe the traditional decentralized democratic values of Igbo society act as a strength in fostering entrepreneurship versus acting as a barrier to achieving unified political influence? So I'd like to keep it open to our panelists to answer the question.
Wait, do you want to repeat the question?
Okay, let me repeat the question. To what extent do you believe the traditional decentralized democratic values of Igbo society act as a strength in fostering entrepreneurship versus acting as a barrier to achieving unified political influence? So I think what this is trying to say is that some of the barriers that the Igbo society fostered when it comes to entrepreneurship and achieving unified political influence is talking about the division we have in the country. What do you feel the perspective of the Igbo is causing, or is the impact of it to our entrepreneurship growth and political influence in Nigeria?
Okay, so from what I understand of the question is the fact that I think the person is trying to state that the Igbos, we have our own independent nature. We have our own ways of doing our things. And somehow it's almost as if we do not recognize constituted authorities to an extent, unless that authority comes from hard work, entrepreneurship, and a kind of social status that has been earned. I want to understand if that's what the person is saying. So some of these issues has formed a barrier for us because it has caused a division to an extent within the Eastern region and within the Igbos, because we are unable to come together as one, under one authority, to have a holistic stand on issues. So, say, for instance, there's this notion that they say that Igbo that the Igbos do not have a king. So we always try to have our own impressions made. We always try to have our own stand made instead of having a unified authority, as opposed to the North. In the North, I understand that there is this authority, the traditional institutions are well recognized and they are respected too. But that cannot be said of the Igbos and the Easterners. We are more concerned about our business and how to make ends meet.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Salam. So, most of the other questions are mostly pointing towards reconciliation and also rebuilding the future, because we have a question around entrepreneurship, AI, cybersecurity. So, just stay with us. Those questions are going to be answered in the next panel sessions that will be coming up. So, as we come to a wrap, I would like to hear from our panelists. Just give us a closing word. What do you have to share with our audience sitting next to you?
Okay, thank you very much once again. So I still believe that most of us have not fully captured how divided we are on the lines of identity, such as culture, such as religion. And I would want to help us reflect together, just by a show of hands. Do we have anybody here that has ever received blood donation? Just by a show of hands. Do we have anybody? Okay, thank you. The gentleman at the back, thank you so much. So at the point of transfusion, were you ever bothered by the culture or the religion of the person that donated the blood? No, I believe. So that shows to us that identities like I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, I'm Hausa, further exist to widen the gap amongst us. We need to understand where we are coming from, understand where we are going to, so we know how to learn from some of the things that is needed. What I mean by that is, I keep on having some of these conversations within myself because I like to identify as a Yoruba guy, and then at the same time I'm also Igbira by tribe. But at some point I asked, so what does it matter if you are Yoruba, or what does it matter if you are Igbira or you are Hausa? At the end of the day, what you need to do is to play your own part to be sure that you are able to advance the common goal of our nation. Identity markers like culture, like religion, they are only there to continue separating us. And we can see how that is playing out in some of the recent issues we are seeing all around us today. So for me, my takeaway message was just to help us understand that we need to work on ourselves before we are able to proceed as a nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mubarak. Let's hear from you, Ms. Linda.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I would want to end just a parting word. I think I was having a discussion one day in my office. So when we were talking about Nigeria, one of my colleagues mentioned that, are you trying to tell me, Linda, that tomorrow, if you're elected into office and you get the opportunity to eat, let me use the word, you know, go chop money? And then he answered the question, me, if I enter, I go chop. Oh. That is a mindset that not only my colleague has, but majority of Nigeria have. So we are sitting today in this room together to have a rethink and to change that mindset. That as Nigerians, as good citizens of Nigerians, go out there tomorrow, go out there today, and tell people that if I am elected into office as a politician tomorrow, I no go chop money. I, Linda, I no go chop money. I don't know about you sitting down there. Are you going to chop money? Because me, I am sitting here today to tell you that I am standing here with the executive director of Power Shift because I know the vision and the goal he has for Nigeria, and I also share that same vision and goal for Nigeria. So let us together join our hands and say that we no go chop money. If that is what you are going to take from this conversation today, I no go chop money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miss Linda. I no go chop money.
Exactly.
All right, let's hear from you. What?
All right, from my own end, I just want us to understand that any memory we have without acknowledgement of our past breeds resentment. But when we have a better understanding of what transpired, it gives us a clearer perspective and understanding of what happened. So I believe at the end of the day, I expect all of us to make very conscious efforts to not only go back to the past, but to also try to mingle with persons from other areas, from other regions, to have a better understanding, to have a better perspective of what you were told. I was told that the Northerners were not accommodating, but on my own, at the end of the day, when I came in, I realized that the opposite was what was applicable. So a lot of us have been fed with distorted stories. A lot of us have been fed with narratives for various reasons, both for exploitative reasons, for reasons of division, you know, to continue to have that sustained ethnic and religious division so that a certain set of people will continue to remain relevant and continue to gain from our common resources as a nation. So I enjoy all of us at this point in time to look beyond what we have been told, to look beyond what is happening in Nigeria, to look beyond all that has happened in the past and forge ahead with an open mindset, with a collaborative mindset towards building one nation, which is our country, Nigeria. We do not have any other country to run to. Even if we all japa, even if we all go to other countries, try to take up their identities, it doesn't wash the Nigerian out of us. It doesn't wash the blood out of us. We are still Nigerian. So we need to put hands together and form a formidable force towards taking back our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chimizelam. Mrs. Effa, what are your parting words?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still going to, I learned a lot from the Emir Sanusi seated here. When he was rounding up his address, he said, God didn't make a mistake to have brought us from diverse ethnic groups and religions and infused us into one. So we cannot say we regret that amalgamation happened. Our greatest challenge is not actually our diversity. It's how we have decided to manage this diversity. And there is no region in Nigeria that has not produced villains as leaders and have not also produced heroes. So we cannot exonerate ourselves. We have leaders that have disappointed their people. We have leaders that have made our people very, very proud. But somehow history is connected and we have to learn from history, not by choosing the side of history that suits or resonates with our perspective, but by being openly. So if as people all gathered in this room today under this Revisiting the Past conference, we decide that we are not going to be giving distorted truth to our children, that going forward we will decide to say the truth the way it is to our children for the sake of tomorrow, then we have started the journey of rebuilding this nation. Because we all here are factors, are contributing factors to where we are today. The decisions that we made in 1914 is affecting us even as at today, and the decision we'll make here will affect us in 10, 20 years from today. So I want to encourage everyone seated here, irrespective of the side of life that you are from or the career path you have chosen, that we should make conscious efforts to rewrite the history. We should make conscious efforts to tell the truth, not distortively to suit our preference or our ethnic or religion divide, but for the common good of Nigeria. Nigeria is a mother and it's crying. It's not just crying tears, it's crying blood. Let's wipe the tears of Nigeria, and I am standing for that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much, our distinguished panelists, for sharing your insights, for having the courage to be honest about the past. So we do revisit the past, not because we revisit uncomfortable truths. We've listened to uncomfortable truths. There are a lot of things that we don't know. So, why we do that is not because we want to dwell in the past. It is because we want to learn and unlearn those perspectives we have about the past that continue to shape how we see one another. So, thank you so much. Join me as I thank our panelists for sharing their experiences and perspectives with us. Thank you so much.
And gentlemen, my name is Kingsley. Really pleased to be here. I would also want to extend special greetings to all the dignitaries here and also to the royal fathers here. And also to everyone present here for this conference. So they have done my introduction, and I work in IT, and I'm going to be speaking from that perspective of working in IT and the things which I have learned in my experience and in my travels, and how I believe that can help us as Nigerians to see how we can build a better future for us as a country. I love being a Nigerian. I am proud to be Nigerian. So some of the successes which I've had in life outside of this country, they've come to me solely because I'm a Nigerian. So many people have gone before me. And I remember one of the interviews for a job which I was doing. After speaking to the interviewer, telling them of my experience and how I'm going to help them to deliver the software they are trying to build, the interviewer paused. And during their pause, it was getting uncomfortable because they waited for about 30 seconds to 60 seconds. Then they said the only reason they are giving me the job is because they have worked with other Nigerians and they know how hardworking Nigerians are. And for me to get that particular job, even though I knew one or two things, it wasn't because of those things that I knew. It was because of the people that have come before me. So no matter how bad or no matter how terrible some people will say things about Nigerians abroad, I also know that many Nigerians, they have laid a very good foundation. And I have also benefited from the foundations that they have laid. So in saying that, my point being Nigeria is not is not very bad. It's not essentially bad. Being Nigerian is a good thing. And you will go to so many countries of the world and you come across Nigerians, either for people that are doing business or for people that, let's say, they work 9 to 5 in different organizations. So from the UK where I'm from, one thing which is the UK is very known for is their health service. And if you go to any hospital, let's say there are 10 doctors in that hospital, I can guarantee you about 6 of them are either Nigerians or they have Nigerian roots. So being Nigerian is not entirely bad. It's a good thing. So the convener of this conference, Nonso Nama, is my very good friend. We went to university together in Enugu State, and we also worked together a while back. The reason, or one of the reasons why he invited me was we were having a conversation one day, and the conversation was about is anything wrong with us as a country? Is anything wrong with us as a people? Because when we are outside of Nigeria, we do well. Then when you look back where we are coming from, it seems like all is not working. We do not have constant electricity. We complain about our elections not being free and fair. We complain about our infrastructures. We complain about everything. And those complaints are not just for complaining's sake. Those complaints are real. If you have any issue, let's say for any reason you get arrested by the police, then you experience a different part of Nigeria. If you go to the hospital, let's say the general hospital, or you are a woman giving birth, you experience a different part of Nigeria. So one way or the other, we experience the ineffective part of Nigeria. However, when Nigerians leave the shores of this country and they go abroad, we see how excellent Nigerians can be. So we're having that conversation. Is anything wrong with us as a people? Is anything wrong with the country? How can we replicate what we are doing outside of Nigeria? How can we replicate that in Nigeria? I'm sure most of you must have heard of the company Paystack. It's a Nigerian success story. And that success story is being quoted by big companies all over the world. I'm sure most of you also, you must have come across maybe well-known Nigerians that are doing very, very well in their field. Either they are in sports or either they are in IT. Even currently, one of the topmost politicians in the United Kingdom, her name is Kemi. She's a Nigerian. So Nigerians, we have formidable talents, like formidable talents. Every single year, the amount of people, as they would normally call it, that jackpot from Nigeria to all over the world, that amount is huge. And sadly, these people that are leaving Nigeria, including myself, to all these countries, these are talents. Yes, as Nigeria as a country, we are proud of the natural resources which we have. We are proud of the mineral resources and the rest of them. However, the greatest resource we have in this country is our people. No matter what side of Nigeria you're from, the greatest resource we have in this country is our people. So just bringing it back to some of the things that I've heard here today, revisiting the past and reconciliation and rebuilding the future. My personal perspective, it might be different from the panelists. My personal perspective is we need to let go of the past. And by letting go of the past is not ignoring that some things didn't happen. But from my point of view, the best way that we can rebuild this country, or the best way we can get the best out of this country, is what do we do from this point going forward? And that is the only way I think the country can become better. I also have this opinion that it doesn't really matter where you are from in Nigeria. I believe that the best man should get the job. I do not believe in zoning to say, oh, because the president comes from this zone this time round, next time round we want the president to come from here. No, I do not believe that. I believe that the best man should get the job. On my way here today, we're on the plane. And we all boarded the plane with one trust, that the pilot that was flying that plane was competent. My reasoning is not, oh, is the pilot from northern Nigeria, or is the pilot from southern Nigeria, or from western Nigeria? The only thing I was interested in is that the pilot is competent to fly the plane. And that particular pilot is very competent, because we did not have any reason to doubt or to scream or to start praying, because the plane landed very well and everybody enjoyed their flights. And that is how I also view Nigeria should go. So, back to the question my friend and I were asking each other, what is wrong with us? Is anything wrong with us? Why do we do so well outside the country, but we don't do so well when we are in the country? For context, the problems which we are facing in this country is not peculiar to us. Practically every country in the world, they have ethnic groups. Whether you're talking about Europe or you're talking about Asia, every country in the world, they have ethnic groups. They have their own ethnic minorities. And the same way we complain about marginalization, these ethnic minorities, they also complain. However, no matter the complaints they make, these countries are still successful. I'll bring two countries in particular. We all know of the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, you have the country of Scotland, you have Northern Ireland, you also have Wales, then you have England. Yesterday, England played football against Argentina, and Argentina won. Now, some people in Scotland, they were laughing at England because they did not get as far as England. But at the end of the day, after all that banter, they still see themselves as one country. Yes, they have their own ethnic minorities within that country, but they still see themselves as one country, and the country works for everybody. Then you have the country of Spain. Spain played France some days back, and Spain won that football match. In Spain, they have 17 different autonomous parts of the country. And these 17 parts of the country, they all want their own independence, because they do believe that they are very unique and they should rule themselves. But even as much as they want their own independence, this has not stopped the country of Spain from being excellent in so many things, either in their healthcare, in their education, and in the infrastructures that they provide for them people. They are still excellent, even though they have all of these ethnic minorities in the country. So, in stating all of this, my point of view is, because we have so many ethnic groups in Nigeria, I don't think that is our problem. That should be our strength. And how, as a country, we have dwelt on the fact that we have all of these ethnic groups and made it what is holding us back is one of the bigger issues which we have. having all of these ethnic groups, in my opinion, should be a strength. One of the speakers earlier on spoke about if you are in need of blood transfusion at the point of death, you are no longer worried about where is the blood from. Yeah, this blood is going to save you. And that is how I think we should run this country. Yes, we should celebrate our uniqueness in the way we dress, in the way we eat, the kind of food we eat, in the way we worship our different gods, and even in the way we build our houses, in the way we greet each other. We should celebrate all of this uniqueness and differences. However, these our uniqueness and differences should not be the reason why, as a country, we are not progressing. Now, I'm going to try to wrap everything up in my role as a software engineer. So, whenever there is a challenge in any organization, and I come into that organization, what they bring me in to do is to come up with solutions. And so anywhere that I go to, I see myself as a solutions provider. And everybody seated here, I also want you to have that perspective in yourself that you are a solutions provider. You are not just a Nigerian to benefit from Nigeria. You are also and primarily a Nigerian to contribute to Nigeria. How can you as an individual make this country better? So one of the software programs I worked on is an immigration-related stuff. And what that software does is, anytime somebody is coming into a country, or the person is leaving that country, or anytime any goods is coming into the country or leaving that country, that is being recorded. So I'll give you a scenario. Someone can come into a country by train and decide that they want to leave the country by boat. You need to be able to measure it to say, this person that came in by train has now left by boat. And we worked for about 18 months on this project. And after doing this project, everything seemed fine. Like, yeah, it's working. But the only day that we had a kind of pride that, yes, we built something well, was the day that one of the bosses in the organization came and said that this software that we've done for them has helped them to stop a smuggling gang. And this smuggling gang, their expertise is both drugs and human trafficking. And they were able to apprehend them. So, in so saying, for every day that that software was working and not catching anyone, it made it look like, yeah, everything is fine, up to the day where it caught someone. And that could also be likened to our situation in Nigeria now, where we have come to overlook the things that is working in the country, and our focus has now become on the things not working about the country. So we can see our healthcare, we can see our transportation system, we can see our education system, and see how all of these things are not working, and we complain every day without us coming up with solutions. How can we solve this problem? How can we solve this problem? A couple days back, I was in Abuja, and there was no traffic. But for some weird reason, some people decided to take one way. And I'm thinking, why are they taking one way? Then the person driving me explained to me that the reason they are taking one way is they do not want to get to the traffic light for the traffic light to delay them. And I said the maximum time that traffic light will probably delay them is 45 seconds. But they're like, well, this is how things work here. On that same trip, when we got to the traffic light, the light was red, and the person driving me said, no, they are not going to wait. Why are you not waiting? And they said, there is nobody here, so what are we waiting for? And they skipped the traffic light and drove off. And in that same car, that person was complaining about the presidency, about the minister of the FCT, how they have not done this and how they have not done that. Meanwhile, they are breaking laws. They are skipping traffic lights. And they tell me this is how things are done here. So I believe strongly as Nigerians that we all have a role to play. We may not be the people that come up with policies, but when policies are being enacted in the country and when laws and rules are being placed in the country, one way to make Nigeria better is for us to respect that rule, to follow that policy, to do what we can in our own part and not to break laws. Back to how Nigerians behave abroad. When you come across Nigerians abroad, they follow the law. They do not break the law. Up until they come back to Nigeria, then they start breaking the law. They want to bribe a policeman. They want to skip the queue. They don't want to wait for their turn. So, the same excellence that Nigerians have outside of this country, we have it. It's just because how they will say it in some parts of Nigeria is see finish. We have become too familiar with our country that we do not see the value of our contribution to make the country better. But when we are outside the country, we see the value in that contribution. Put it in a different way. When you go to a wealthy man's house and you see that everywhere is clean, before you go into that house, you first of all observe, are people taking off their shoes before they enter this house? When you see people are taking off their shoes before they enter that house, what do? You emulate them and you take your shoes off to go into the house. But if you now go to the house of someone that is not that wealthy, it's now the way you see yourself that would make you treat that house. So you might go into that house saying, oh, what I'm wearing is more expensive than the things that I'm seeing here. So nobody's going to ask me to take my shoes off. And sadly, this is how many of us we view Nigeria. Depending on where we are, that is how we behave. When we go abroad, we respect the rule of law. We stand in the queue, on the queue. If they ask us to do anything, we do it. If they give us a fine, we pay for it. But when we are back home, we do not respect even our law enforcement people. So, just to say that the problem mostly is not really our leaders. The problem mostly is not really the country. Yeah, the problem is us as a people. Now, that is not to say that us respecting the rule of law is going to fix things like electricity. But if we do respect the rule of law and if we do things the way it's expected of us, it will be easier for us to demand for good governance. It will be easier for us to demand for good leadership. And it would also be easier for us to put ourselves forward either to leadership positions and to political positions. In wrapping everything which I'm here to say is going back to the question again, is anything wrong with us as a people? Or what is wrong with the country? How can we be excellent outside of the country, but we're not that good in the country? Is our country cursed? Is there any country like our country anywhere in the world? Yes, there are so many countries like our countries everywhere in the world, and those countries, they have overcome even greater challenges than we are facing now. We know of countries like Rwanda, where there was a genocide in 1994, and how that country, they've turned themselves around and is one of the success stories of Africa. We also know of a country like Botswana. When diamond was discovered in Botswana, rather than it being a cost to the country, it helped them to turn the country around. So the situation we found ourselves, or the way we see Nigeria today, it is not really the worst case scenario. I would not say, oh, we're at a point where we cannot get back or we cannot become better as a people. There is so much talent in the country, and there are so many people that want to do good. There are so many people that love this country and want this country to succeed. And just by even being present here, I know that all of us here, we have a love for the country to succeed, which is why we are here. So I would encourage us, we need to do the best we can in our own little capacity to respect the country, to love the country. Yeah, we may not be able to fix all the problems, but the problems that we come across, something like this conference, yeah, we should do everything that we can to contribute into growing the country. That's all I have to share with us today, and I hope we all enjoy the rest of the year, and this country is a country we are all proud of. Thank you.
Okay, this one's okay. The representative of His Royal Majesty, the Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sunusi II, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the organizers of Power Shift Africa, especially the convener. I want you all to just use 1 minute or 2 seconds to clap for all of you sitting here. I'm a passionate Nigerian, and whenever I see young people coming together to discuss such issues, I become emotional because Nigeria is a bleeding mother, and we need such organizations, especially you, the young people, coming together to identify where we are so that we will create where we want to see all of us tomorrow. I will start with a principle I've long believed in, the 90-10 principle. 10% of what happens to all of us is beyond our power, is destiny. But 90% is how we react to that very destiny. A lot has happened to Nigeria. Many of us are holding on to the histories we were told by our parents and grandparents. But this is an informed world. You, or let me say, the younger generation are global citizens. We are supposed to look beyond the Nigeria we have today. We're supposed to go and look at history, study it, and make our own judgments. We're supposed to be empathetic, apply wisdom when it comes to studying Nigeria's history. When Power Shift said I should come and talk about revisiting the past and reconciling the future, I was a little bit, should I say, I don't want to talk about things that were hidden or buried for a long time. Everyone that are in social media space today, we're all aware of the hate, the heat, the insults, the banters going on online between the north, the south, the east, the west, and all parts of Nigeria. But I think it's time for us to pause and think for ourselves. Look at the history, judge what has happened, let it belong there because we are the children of the future. We've seen things happen in places like Somalia, the killings that happen in a lot of different parts of the world. But we should ask ourselves, is this where we're praying to see ourselves tomorrow? Nigeria is rich, very, very rich. We're blessed. There's no reason why Nigerians should not enjoy what we are having. And I know the major problem we're facing today in this country is not because we don't want to be Nigerians. It's not because we are looking down on where we come from. The Chapa, I don't even know, a lot of things happening. I know a lot of people that are calling for divide. The amalgamation was even wrong. Nothing is ever wrong. Because if you look at the Nigeria of 60, 70 years, 50 years, even 40 years back, when I was in primary school, Nigeria was a well-recognized nation. At that time, nobody is looking at, I don't want to be part of Nigeria. Why? Because we were respected worldwide. We have what it takes to face the world. I don't know whether you've ever read the history where Dubai, United, even UK was borrowing money from Nigeria. Go check history. It's there on Google. We were so rich that we want to stay together. And what is making us strong, giant of Africa, and all the Nigeria we're thinking we have is because we're together. We are not supposed to judge the north, the south, the east. We're supposed to judge our leaders that made the mistakes they've made. Killings happen. And every day, every reasonable human being will sympathize with the victims of war. But as I earlier mentioned, the 90-10 principles, after the war, after all that happened, where is it that we want to see ourselves? Are we going to keep holding on to that? Yes, my great-grandfather was killed during the war. That's why I am going to hate my fellow northerner. Or are we as northerners going to hold on to the Nigeria that, yes, so generals killed the Sardonas and others? I think you guys are in a better position to rekindle this relationship, because you're seeing how the world is now becoming a global community. Nobody cares about the color of your skin. Nobody cares about your religion. It's a world where we all want to thrive. It's a world whereby now you can even change your gender, be who you want to be. How can we be so sad? How can we detest our own nation just because of a past mistake? So I am calling on all the young people in Nigeria to look beyond what happened, to look beyond the hate, embrace love, embrace peace. Because the only problem that we're having, the hate, is because we don't have good leaders. Who are going to fix that we don't have good leaders? You, of course. Be involved. Participate in politics. Be part of the game. Don't be a wailer, be a hailer of yourselves. The opportunities are unlimited. Let's go out there and grab them. And one funny thing, throughout my study, throughout where I've come to, I've realized that mostly the hate happening in Nigeria is very, very artificial. They were forged. We were structured, or we were like brainwashed to think the way we are thinking. Because if at all the North and the South come together, no bad leader will come and get voted. There will be no differences that it must be a Northerner or a Southerner. We are going to award merit. We are going to elect our leaders based on merit, not because they are Igbos or Hausa or Yorubas or any other tribe. When you look at other African countries, you wonder, sometimes if you line up 10 men from Ghana, Chad, everywhere, you will hardly differentiate between a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, or a, because we all look the same. Why can't we be the same in our own country? The opportunities are unlimited, but we have to go grab them. Nobody is going to make it for us. We have to reclaim Nigeria. All these things that are happening is as a result of our leaders just want to take it away from us. They want us to think the other side so that they will keep doing what they are doing in the other side. And there are a lot of things that we need to look at. Even, I used to advise the younger generation, even if it is your own parent that sits you down and asks you, go hate so-so person. You're supposed to ask yourself, even if it is religious, any religion that preaches one man should hate another man, I don't think I want to belong to that religion. Because I'm human first. I learned my own religion when I am here on earth. But I'm human. I became human in my own mother's womb. So what happened in Nigeria? A lot of mistakes happened. If you look at America, see what happened 200 years ago. The killings, the war. But they look at the future way more than the way they look at the past. Because future is where dreams happen. In past, it's only agony. We have to make choices. Do we want to live in agony? Do you want to hold on to the past? Do we want to hold on to what happened and deprive ourselves from all the joy, all the beauty of the future? So this is all I will give you. What happened in Nigeria is bad. What is happening is still very, very bad. But we have a choice to make. We're not late. I'm very, very impressed with the last speaker on the panel that spoke about she don't want to chop money. very unfortunate. In Nigeria, we no longer know what is rightfully ours and what is not ours. Because the environment is so very polluted that if you're just a politician, you only want to be a politician because you want to get rich, you want to steal money and be above others. But if you will take this, that leadership is service. Leadership is not a place to make money. Politics is not a place to make money. It's a place to serve. It's a place to give back to your nation. Always people are talking of the Israelis, they are always above everybody. It's because they don't look at individual success. They look at community success. Their mindset is beyond what they can see immediately. They are thinking of the future. They are thinking of leaving a legacy for themselves and their families. Maybe if you keep 1 billion here and a good name or a kind of legacy for, so a lot of them will pick the legacy and forget about the 1 billion. But very unfortunate for a black man, I just want to be rich. I want to build houses that are taller than anybody's houses. Why can't we change our thinking? All that's happening in Nigeria today is beyond what we are seeing, that is marginalization, it is this. No, it's beyond that. All we need is a system, it's a working system. The last speaker talked about why do Nigerians thrive outside Nigeria. Of course, it's because there was an environment, a smooth environment for them to display who they truly are. But here, the frustrations, the hurdles, when you wake up from your house to your office every morning, what you will see will make you go to that office and not function well. Actually, my political base is the Igbo land. That many people are even doubting, am I even a Kano person? Of course, I'm a Kano village girl, don't mind me. But anytime I'm talking with the Igbos, it's all about we are marginalized. I'll still go back to the 90-10 principles. The 10% that happened made many of them became very, very angry. We don't want to even get involved in anything in Nigeria. They backed and they kept watching. The Igbos have to believe they have to come to the mainstream politics and grab it. My principal during 2019 election, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, he campaigned in this country. He's still an international person. He was a former CBN deputy governor. He is still accepted in the hearts of so many Nigerians, irrespective of where he's coming from. Peter Obi today is trying to become a kind of, what will I say? Should I say a very, very popular, or he's already a popular Nigerian, but it did not spread to the north. Why? Because of the campaign he ran. I always used to correct Igbos. Peter Obi was not elected just because he's an Igbo man. No, he was not elected because of his own kind of campaign, which I hope, if any Igbo man wants to run a campaign, he should run as a Nigerian, beyond his tribe, beyond his religion. Because I feel at this era, somebody should even like feel ashamed to only identify himself or herself with their own religion or their own background or tribe. We are supposed to look at what is it that we are or what is it that we have to offer. The Nigerians that are going into the other part of the world to make names, they don't parade themselves as Igbos, Yorubas, or whatsoever. If you're out there, you're just a Nigerian. And you'll be accepted only for your own contribution, for your own expertise. Very unfortunate, if you go to other countries, people cannot even differentiate you from the north or from the south. So it's really a wonderful afternoon standing here before you. And I want to give you a word of encouragement. Don't drop whatever is being discussed today here. Please take it away. Go to wherever you're going, face whosoever it is with this truth. And definitely, I have a hope. I never, ever relent in campaigning for one Nigeria. And I believe it's going to happen. All this hate will be eradicated, but it will only be possible with the help of you, the young people. I commend you. I respect each and every soul I'm seeing here, and I cannot still not. We're not going to overemphasize in praising the organizer of this very program, and I hope there's more that will happen, more of it. And I'm always available to whenever such kind of event is going to take place. I'm willing to come up and give my own quota. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure having you this afternoon. Thank you.
We we revisited the past and we looked at uncomfortable truth. Things that we did not even realize are shaping our mindsets and also shaping how we see one another. So right now we're going to look at reconciliation. And once again, please give another round of applause to our distinguished panelists. So welcome, Mr. Bright.
Thank you so much.
As we speak about reconciliation, why do you think it is important for us as a nation to reconcile, a nation like Nigeria?
All right, let me first of all thank our Global Director, Mr. Nonso Namani, for this beautiful initiative. Please, can you join me? Let's celebrate him. He is doing a lot to bring all of us here, and I want to commend that. Now, straight to the question, why do I think we should reconcile? It's simple. We have no nation to be called our own. If we leave Nigeria, we become foreigners. If you look at what is happening today in South Africa, I'm talking about the xenophobic attack. It's because they see us as alien in their land. So we need to fix our nation. We need to have a home back here. And that is why we need to look beyond the very dirty past that was postulated just now. We need to look at our differences. Let's look at those scars as a building block for a better Nigeria, so that we will not succeed in jettisoning our very own country and begin to live as slaves as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So before I move on to the next speaker, sir, you mentioned about South Africa, how they see us, but also in Nigeria, we see ourselves differently. We have these divisions, there are stories, and sometimes even songs that kind of share stories of the past, things that they share about other people, other cultures, other regions that are not through. I would like you to speak about it.
All right, thank you very much. I will just use myself as a case study. I remember when I gained admission to Enugu State University of Science and Technology, I entered through the Precise program. So the Precise campus was at Nsukka. While I was leaving, my biological father, who was alive then, was crying like a baby. And I asked him, why are you crying, Dad? He said, because he heard and he believed that all Igbos are cannibals. They eat human beings. So I should be very careful where I'm going. I should just face my study and try not to leave my house and all of that. Now, getting to Nsukka, I rented an apartment. I discovered that my landlady was scared of me. And I was wondering, even while I'm around the compound, she locked herself inside the room and, you know. So one day I got in touch with the daughter and I was like, why is mommy scared of me? He said, oh, mommy believed that all Bini people are witches and wizards. So why? And funny enough, in my formative age, we use this as a song. We say Benin are good people because we are Benin. Urobona Wayo. Esan Isala, which means Esan people are not, can be trusted. And Igbo, which means Igbo people are cannibals. So that's how we play on the streets. You see, all of these things are real. But honestly, the best of people that have impacted my life today, including our global director, are from the Southeast. And that is why we should not just take any narrative that have been painted to us as though that is how it is. But we should be able to meet people by encounter, according to one of us here. So there's a lot we need to do. There's a lot we need to dig out from ourselves in order for us to embrace the glorious future and the new Nigeria that we see.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bright. What you shared is actually hilarious. So I will be moving on to the next speaker, but I will still come back to you to share the experiences with your Igbo friends.
All right, no
so,
problem.
Miss Grace, how do you feel this afternoon? Okay, so you heard his perspective of different stories about different cultures, tribes. I want to hear from you. What is your story? What do you want to share from your own perspective?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And I'm really honored to be on this panel. So I actually took notes because I don't want to miss anything out from what I want to say. So to me, reconciliation means choosing to believe pain should not have the final say. And coming from Benue, which is the North Central, reconciliation is not an easy conversation because wounds there in Benue, they are real. And families have lost their loved ones and still losing their loved ones. Not only their loved ones, but they still are losing their homes. And many are still carrying their pain. But I've come to a realization that if we only hold onto the pain, we may never create room for healing. And reconciliation doesn't mean we are going to forget what happened or pretend like it didn't happen or as if it didn't matter at all. It means we choose not to let our pain keep deciding our future. And for me, reconciliation is the courage to say that, yeah, we were hurt. That's true. But we still believe that peace is possible. And because if we don't choose that, if we don't choose reconciliation, we risk handing our children not just our stories, but also our anger. I had rather hand them hope. That's what reconciliation means to me. And I would like to add something. I've discovered that reconciliation is not a destination we arrive at overnight. It's a decision we make every day, choosing dialogue, choosing our shared humanity, and still believing that peace, pursuing peace is worth it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Grace. It's really emotional hearing you from the point of view of someone that has seen conflicts, the experience, the pain, family suffering. It's not really easy. But you are sitting here discussing reconciliation. Can you share with us, how were you able to move past all those traumatic experiences to be able to sit here with us today?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure anybody moves past pain. And to be honest, actually, it's not easy at all. I took notes because when I want to talk about it, I might actually lose composure, but I'm not talking from the place of being a victim. So, but I've come to realize that if people like us who have experienced pain cannot have conversations about reconciliation, then who will? And I don't speak about reconciliation because the pain is over, not that. I speak about it because I want the pain to not become our future. And as a daughter of Benue, I believe our people deserve more than survival. We deserve peace, healing, and the chance to rebuild. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Grace. It's not easy, but you are here because you feel your people deserve peace. And yes, they do. And that is why we're here. So, Mr. Sunday, this is not the first time we've had series of reconciliation engagements in Nigeria as a nation. In our past, we've had the case of after the Civil War, General Yakubu Gowon came up with the 3 R's of reconciliation. But had it been it worked, we wouldn't be sitting here today. So I would like to hear from you. What do you feel went wrong?
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Amina. Yeah. In 1967, we experienced the Nigerian Civil War, and it ended in 1970. Trust me, so many people lost their lives. About 3 million people lost their lives in the course of that war. Perhaps as a result of hunger, as a result of disease, and of course the war itself, right? Now, in that 1970 January, General Yakubu Gowon came up with the policy of no victor, no vanquished. saying that no one won the election and no one should be considered as someone who is defeated, all right? And then he later introduced a particular policy just to implement that no victor, no vanquished policy, and that is the 3 R's that you talked about. And the 3 R's are reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Reconciliation in the sense that the former Biafrans are reintegrated into Nigerian life. Rehabilitation in the sense that those who were affected by the war are being helped to recover, all right? And then reconstruction in the sense that those houses, public facilities and others that were damaged had to be reconstructed. But one thing that I noticed from that particular 3 R's policy that actually went wrong is that the then military head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, actually focused more on unity rather than trust. You know, it's possible for us to be united as one indivisible entity, and yet we do not trust ourselves. And you all agree with me that it is possible for the children of the same parents to live under the same roof, and yet they do not trust themselves. And that is what we are actually experiencing. Now, yes, General Yakubu Gowon made that policy, but there were several people who still believed that they were, disenfranchised. Some believed that they were marginalized and were not even given the opportunity to be reinstated, to that particular job they lost. Some of the Nigerian armies from the Biafra, they lost their jobs. They were not given that opportunity to continue with that, their job, just because the trust is no longer there. Now, I want to believe that one of the things that also went wrong is that, we were building roads, we were building facilities, but we failed to realize that it is so easy to build those roads, but very difficult to rebuild trust. And that is why I feel that our leadership got it wrong in that regard. And that is especially what we should do as leaders of this contemporary time if we have the opportunity to lead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sunday. So just like you shared, these things, this is how we got it wrong. What is, in your own perspective, what do you think we need to do for us to get it right?
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, what we need to do to get it right is so simple. And that's why I love what Power Shift Africa is doing. We have 3 core values in Power Shift Africa: collaboration, trust, and determination. But you permit me to rephrase this into 3 C's. And I want to call it coexistence. That's number 1. Number 2, collaboration. And number 3, commitment. Now, let me explain. When I say coexistence, we do not have to be alike, all right? We do not have to speak the same language. We do not have to worship the same way, but we must learn to respect one another. We must learn to trust one another, and that is coexistence. Yes, in 1973, the same General Yakubu Gowon established NYSC, and the purpose was actually for us to live, peaceably with each other, so that someone who graduated from the north, can be deployed to the south, live in harmony with the other person there. Someone who graduates from the north can be deployed to the south, all right? And that was actually aimed at building national unity, all right? So I believe in coexistence. We have to coexist, we have to live together. And that also reminds me, the River Niger and River Benue, all right? They actually come from different sources, but they meet at the same point, which is Lokoja, and from Lokoja they continue to flow in one direction. So I want to believe that if, we come together, regardless of our differences, we can move as one indivisible entity, we can, coexist, and I want to believe that there will be peace in Nigeria. We'll be living in a country that is devoid of fear. That's number 1. Number 2, and that is collaboration. As we all know, Nigeria is faced with a lot of challenges, and one funny thing about these challenges is that it will not ask you whether you are an Igbo person, or you are a Yoruba person, or an Hausa person, before you can be excluded. All right? This challenge faces everybody, regardless of your region or religion. And that is why we need to collaborate together. We need to come together as one, harness our potentials. You have this particular skill, I have this skill. Let us come together, collaborate, and fight these challenges, waging war against us in our society. And what are these challenges? Of course, we know them. We have poverty ravaging the society. We have unemployment. We have poor education and all that. So this requires us to collaborate together. We have to come together as one indivisible entity and wage war against these challenges. And number 3, before I stop, that is commitment. We have to be committed to a just cause. Now, reconciliation does not mean that we shouldn't say the truth. This is a point where we come together, we tell ourselves the real truth, but we just have to do what we just have to accept our responsibilities when necessary and be committed to a just cause. Reconciliation is about we, having fair share of opportunities. So these opportunities are not, given to a particular set of people, and the other set of people are deprived from that opportunity. We just have to be committed to a just cause. We must ensure that, apart from living collaboratively with each other or coexisting with each other, we have to be committed to equity. And when I say equity here, those who do not have access to certain opportunities should be given that platform. All right? And with these 3, I want to believe that Nigeria will definitely move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunday. We came talking about the 3 R's, and now we have the 3 C's. Coexistence, collaboration, and commitment. I hope you've written that down, because you really need it if we want to reconcile. So moving on to our last speaker, Mr. Lamatu. So as young people, we grow up with different perspectives, the stories, from our history, from our homes. How do you feel that affects how we relate with one another?
Okay, thank you very much, Amina, for that question. So we just finished revisiting the past, and I want to trust that 90% of us were not in that past, but we get to know about the past. How? Story, history. And that history, the history I will get, the story I will get is not the same story as the one Mr. Sunday might have. It's not the same story as the one Miss Grace might have. So I'm going to talk as someone growing up in the Northeast. By the way, I'm that friend if I was mentioning. So coming from Yobe, we grew up with stories like those midnight tales. Everything is revolving around stories, teaching us values, everything. It still revolves around stories. So we grew up with stories about people we have never met. And those stories kind of shape the way we think about people. I wasn't in the past, but this is what I hear. So let me relate this to an experience from last year. Last year around this time, we were having Fellowship Africa retreat at Abuja. Okay, Salamatu wanted to attend, and I was all excited. I want to attend Fellowship retreat. I want to meet my friends. My parents were now concerned. Are you sure? Like, where are you going to? Is it the same people you're meeting online that I only had Amina? The only familiar name I had is Amina. Like, by familiar, she means something that belonged to us. They were worried, and it was understandably worried. And if I were an average Northeast parent, I would also be worried. But then I was able to convince them. I convinced them, I attended that retreat. And trust me, I found something beautiful, like something very beautiful on that retreat. Like the people I heard about, I just met a set of people I shared same goals with. I met some people with the same desire of a Nigeria we all want to see. But then the stories I grew up pump into my mind. Like, let me share 2 of these. Like, there is this thing they said in Hausa, and this is what we even clap it and sing it. When Mr. Brett was talking about the song, I was remembering that too. Like we sing that Yorubawa masu kwalo kwalo. We'll be dancing and we'll be singing that Yorubawa masu kwalo kwalo. And what that means is that a Yoruba man in his life, he will never, never, ever be straightforward. Like you always, don't ever trust him, he will not be straightforward. And for the Igbos, they called it, I don't want to call the Hausa part because it sounds absurd. They said an Igbo man can trade his parents, his own mother, for money. That's for you to be very careful of them. If you go there, if you mingle with them, be very careful. But what I found there was different from those stories. And it kept me reflecting that this particular story is not the story of my home. It's not the story of people of Yobe. It's the story of every Nigerian home. It's the story of your home, their home. All Nigerian homes have the same stories. And we all know that we inherited that story, but we have, this is why reconciliation said we have the choice. It's either we carried on those stories we inherited, or we choose to step out of those stories and create our own, just as I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Salamatu. So from your story, I get to understand that if we keep on carrying the stories we grew up with, we limit our opportunities to meet other people. So I understand that, yeah, you had that story, and then just like you were mentioning, I was just picturing it, you're going to a retreat organized where they found that is an Igbo man, and to you they feel Igbo man can trade his brother for money. So what of Salamatu that is from the northeast again? So I'm just picturing as we're speaking. So we inherited those stories, but then who do you feel has the greatest responsibility to change those narratives?
Okay. Talking about the stories we inherited, let me come from where we inherited the stories, then I will talk about who have the responsibilities of correcting those stories. We inherited those stories from our homes, right? And when I say home, I mean our houses, our families, the communities, our religious institutions, and sometimes even the social media, to say now, value to change the narrative. It's either I know you through the rumors, through the headlines, or I go directly out and encounter with you to know who you truly are. So the responsibility is on us. We shouldn't be waiting for someone to come and change the narrative for us. No, they're not going to change the narrative because it's how it is. But then, are you going to stay in that narrative, or do you want to step out of your comfort zone and go and create your own stories? If we didn't, the next generation are going to inherit it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Salamatu. So from what she said, we have the responsibility of changing that narrative. So I challenge you, what are you going to do? What one action are you going to take to change that narrative? Just think about it. So before I hear the stories from Mr. Bright's experience, I want us to quickly go back to Slido. If you have a question, ask your question as we hear from Mr. Bright about his experiences with the Igbos.
Okay, thank you very much. The last speaker just said we should create our own story. And I believe on this table we are more of talking about reconciliation. And that is why I want to commend what Power Shift is doing. Conversations like this is what build reconciliation. And that is what every Nigerian should embrace. And having conversation, the conversation has to be honest enough, because we want to create our own story. And for us to have honest conversation, there are a few hurdles we must cross. First is the psychological hurdle. You know, growing up, just like I shared before, my experience going to school, and other persons have also shared their experience here, that alone build a kind of psychology in us. When I told my family I was coming to Kano for Power Shift, I could understand the reaction. Why? Because there is already a psychological picture that has been created somewhere, that I believe that because of this conversation, every one of us should begin to undo, or rather unlearn what has been learned, or start disbelieving what you have believed before, so that we can create that beautiful story. Yeah? Then the other one is the religious hurdle. By the time you mention a particular religion, there's a kind of reaction in all quarter and it's not peculiar to just one religion. We need to look above all of that. Everybody has the right to serve God the way they believe that God will hear them and all of that. And nobody should be seen as maybe a killer or whatsoever. Every one of us should be seen as brothers and sisters whom God have brought together to be able to build a great nation like Nigeria. And like I always say, my own blood is green. You know, that's what I always say, you know, in a funny way. All of our blood is green as long as you are a Nigerian. And that is the patriotic character that we should put first before us. And by the time we put forth such patriotic character and image, every of our conversations become easy. And then it will not be easy for us to let go of every hurdles that we have gone through, and then begin to embrace that new Nigeria and that oneness that we talk about. Because national transformation is not just all about building roads, bridges, infrastructure, education, and all of that, but it's also more of building the mind that have been damaged, building the people. You know, when we talk about human capacity development, most times we are just looking at the academic work, but it's more than that. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong in the past. There's a lot of stories that have been inherited. And like our mama that just spoke just now said, we should start creating our stories. Those were stories of the past. We should not create our own story for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to our distinguished panelists. So from what they shared, questions were asked earlier about how we can reconcile. And from this panel, you agree with me that for us to reconcile, we must choose to coexist. If God wanted to just have houses, we would just have houses in Nigeria. If God wanted us to have just Muslims or Christians, we would just have that. But he made us different, and we need to learn from that. So we must choose to coexist, according to Mr. Sunday, then collaborate also, learn from one another, and then commit to changing the narratives we grow up with, because according to Salamatu, we have the greatest responsibility of changing that narrative. And Mr. Bright just said that we need to have our own story. That is the past. That is the story of the past. Which story do you want to leave to the next generation? So thank you so much, everyone, for having us.
Hello, beautiful people. Thank you very much, Ms. Amina, for moderating this session. I would like to make a little announcement. I know most of us here are hungry. I really do apologize. We made reservations for refreshments, but it's a little bit late. So please exercise patience with us. And while we are waiting for that, I would like to invite the drama team to entertain us a bit. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together while they are getting ready to come on stage. Okay.
Your Royal Majesty, good afternoon. Um, my, it's a pleasure to be here. I will want to start by thanking my dear brother, Mr. Nonso Namani, the convener of this gathering, for the incredible work he's doing individually and the work he's doing with his team at Power Shift Africa. I also thank his colleagues and the other people supporting him and the vision. I believe in what he's doing, and I am here to support what he's doing. I understand partly his vision for Nigeria and Africa, and I think that it's something that is worth supporting. I also thank invited guests, panelists, and then greatest Nigerian youths. Greatest Nigerian youths. All right, I've been asked to speak for 20 minutes. I would love to show you 2 videos, and if I show you those videos, and then I can make my comments. Is that all right? So I don't know if our media team has the videos ready. We've been asked to speak. The way problems are is that they cannot come alone. That every time we talk about the issue with Nigeria, the issue with Africa, that you must have that the problem is pregnant with it, the solution to the problem. And so none of us here can solve all the problems of Nigeria. I can't solve all the problems of Nigeria. No single president can. No imam can. No bishop can. No single individual was designed by God to solve all our problems. But he has created us to become individual problem solvers in our respective domains. So what we've done with agriculture, and partly that's why I'm speaking here, I've been asked to speak, is to ask ourselves, how do we, by the latest data now, Africa has 874 million hectares of unused arable land, yet our children go to bed on an empty stomach. How do we have this vast array of land and our people are hungry? How do you have this vast array of human resources and our people are hungry? Do we keep pointing blames at the government, at the civil war, at the past president, at the current president, at the future president? What can we do about this? And that's how we started deploying ourselves, by starting with the backyard farming. I would have shown you another video of where we're doing it in the backyard. And then we kept asking the question, have we solved the problem? Now that I've produced food in my backyard, I can feed myself and maybe my neighbor. Has it solved the problem? We scaled it, we did 10,000 tubers of yam. And people were clapping, oh, see what you're doing, amazing. And I said, let's bring our yams to Kano. Just one local government in Kano. Each family, one tuber of yam per year. And you will see how insignificant those seeming solutions were. And so we started again with controlled environment farming. We produce about 24,400 plants every year. I think we've moved it to about 14 out of Nigeria's 36 states. Yet the question is, have we solved the problem of hunger? And so every time we ask that question, the answer keeps driving us forward. And so my point is to say that, I can't solve all the problems of Nigeria, neither can you. But I can take specific niches and make an impact there. I can take specific problems and begin to drive myself towards the solution. And that's what I've been asked to challenge us to do. What are the problems of Nigeria you complain about? What are the problems of Nigeria you don't like? You don't like disunity. You don't like individualism. You don't like insecurity. You don't like unemployment. You don't like our educational system. You don't like energy systems, our electricity. You don't like how our petroleum industry is run. Regardless of what the issue is, you can take the same template and you can solve. But I need to convince you that we have to build Nigeria piece by piece, despite all the dysfunctions around it. If we wait for us to elect the best president, till the time we get the best government, till the time we get the best economy, I am not sure that utopia will arrive. And I think that there are young people who have done things in Nigeria despite the dysfunction. You've heard the story of Money Points. You've heard the story of Flutterwave. People have done it in FinTech. People have done it in AgTech. People have done it everywhere. And our story is not different from your story. To encourage you to take a specific problem. How do you know the problem you were created to solve? The one that bothers you the most. Let me say it again. How do I know the problem I was created to solve? Because all seated in this room are problem solvers. So Nigeria is the way it is. Africa is the way it is because we are the way we are. And so that by the time I begin to solve problems in my specific niche, you solve problems in your specific niche. You solve problems in your specific niche. And of course, Mr. also solves problems in his, and he's doing that already. That you will begin to see pockets of light everywhere. And at by no distant time, some of the challenges we talk about when you mention Africa or Nigeria globally will begin to get addressed. What is that problem that challenges you the most? What is that what you lament about? As you sit back this evening, do one experiment for me. Watch the news at 7, the news at 8, the news at 10. Do it, just a little experiment. Do it for 1 week. Monitor the one that angers you the most. All right?
Do you get angry anytime you sit before the news like me? Do you guys get angry? Of course. Should I throw around headlines? Corruption, this person is in jail, this person is being prosecuted, 98 killed in this other place. You know, the usual stories. Try it this evening. As you go to, I would say bed, to your houses this evening, find the headlines and find the one that angers you the most. Anytime you sit with your friends, whether in the mosque or at church or at the train station, at the airplane, wherever you sit with your friends, online, monitor the problem you comment about the most. There is a reason you keep commenting about that issue. Maybe you were designed to solve it. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Maybe there's a reason you get agitated anytime you hear it. Now there are people who have the bandwidth. They are agitated about insecurity, they're agitated about economy, they're agitated about agriculture, they're talking about infrastructure, they're talking about healthcare, they are complaining all about the issues. That's not a very good way to look at life, because if you do that, it will overwhelm you. Remember, I did say God did not create one individual to solve all the problems of the world, but He has created every individual and has given them adequate responsibilities, and with that responsibility comes the resources, both the mental resources, the self-will, and all of that, to be able to attack the problem. If you have identified your niche, the next question, I've made 5 points, I've done 3 already, and then I will, of course, yield the microphone, is to ask yourself, what version of myself can solve this problem? We started agriculture in the backyard, and we've done it until it grew to when I had 13 staff. And I started shouting, you know, always angry. And I found that, look, I can't do this. If 13 people are giving me this kind of headache, what happens when we scale? So I now learned that I'm incapable of running the kind of business I need to run. So I have to start reading management books, reading books on management, taking courses on management. And those are the things that began to shape me on not just now how to produce the food, but how to produce the men that can produce the food. Are you seeing it now? So at every level of scale, you will see that it's not the man that started agriculture that can manage 13 people. And now you've seen the vision we're running with for the year. And we have set ourselves, by the mercies of God, to complete that 5,000 hectares project in 9 months. But the kind of challenges I've met now, as we're about to do 9,000 hectares of agriculture, commercial agriculture, to solve problems for Nigeria and for Africa, is that I am sitting with investors and they are speaking some kind of grammar. I don't even understand what they are saying. And I began to ask myself, okay, this guy raised $200 million. Where did he go to school? And I challenge young people here. Resources is not the problem. Resourcefulness is. I will say it again. For every problem solver, resources can never be a problem. Resourcefulness is. As we speak today, there are a lot of funds pursuing young people. There are a lot of funds in your sector. If you can show what you have done, if you can do it diligently over a period of time, you begin to attract both the men and the resources. Today, Teva Foods has been offered a combined cumulative of 47,000 hectares of land to do agriculture. And we're going to do in bits. But when land became a problem, we began to ask ourselves, who are the owners of this land? They are communities, they are chiefs, they are state governments, they are local governments. How do we approach them? How do we tell them what we're about to do? To unlock those lands. And then when we've gotten the lands, of course we'll get more. We're now asking, who owns this money? Where do we meet them? How can we convince them that they were the right team to take that funding to solve problems for Nigeria? I now found out that my knowledge of yam, cassava, maize, bell pepper cannot solve this problem. I began to take courses again in venture capital to understand a bit that, to understand margins, to understand ROI, to understand their language. To be able to solve problems, I must have to solve my own problem, which is a level of ignorance. And so I challenge young people here, attack that problem locally. Pay school fees for one person. Fry akara for one person. Buy clothes for one person. Change the thatched roof of a building. Do something. Mobilize 4 or 5 members of your streets to clean up the streets. And we have done similar things in my streets. When you come in, it used to be very dirty. And I began to go house from house. What can we do about these issues? And how can we solve it? And so my challenge to young people here today is to say that Nigeria belongs to all of us and that we cannot create a new Nigeria by always complaining and hoping that the other person takes action. Always pointing fingers, hoping that the other person takes action. I think that it is my responsibility to fix my own part of Nigeria, whereas it's your responsibility to fix your own part of Nigeria. Now the president has responsibility to fix his own part of Nigeria, and he should be held accountable. But if we take the same level of accountability we hold our presidents to, and we hold you accountable, what problems are you solving? What have you solved in the past 10 years? What have you solved in the past 5 years? When we come back to the next Shift Conference, Power Shift Africa, what problems are you going to solve? Thank you so very much, and God bless you. I didn't allow you to do your sign language. Apologies.
Please shut up.
It is our land.
What are you
It is our land.
Nothing will happen over there.
You
are going nowhere. Shut up. You are going nowhere. We are going nowhere.
Shut up. See this country. You see Nigeria.
What are you doing?
One Nigeria will not
What
go.
are you doing?
It will not work.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It is our
We
land.
will not go.
It is our land.
We are going nowhere. What do you mean? You are going nowhere.
Not over my watch,
You know what
because
I've done? You know what I've done?
I will
You know what I've done? Do you know what you have done? Do you know what you have done? Do you know what you have done? You know what you've done?
Not in my
Whether you
watch.
like it or not.
I cannot be sitting. Look at this one. Take what belongs to me.
You've done enough damage
You've done a lot of damage.
It is our land. It is our land. What are you doing?
Do you know me?
It is ours. It is ours. It is ours.
You are beating more than you can chew.
Go and look for your land. Go and look for your land. Go and look for your land. Look for your land. Look for your land.
You've done more harm than good. You've done more harm than good. You are living this way. I will not live.
It is not your own. Why must you talk to me like that? It's not your own. It is
What
our
are you
land.
saying that's not making
It is
sense?
our land.
What are you trying to
It
tell
is
me?
our land.
What are you trying to tell me?
It's our land. Whether you like it or not, it's either you go, you go, you go, you go. It's our land. It's our land. It's ours. It's our land. Whether you like it or not, it's our
Done
land.
more harm than good.
Namu ne, kasa mai daraja. Namu ne, whether
It is your fault.
whether you like it or not. Ah, wallahi, ku tafi wuri, ku fita, wayo Allah. Wallahi Allah shine muku duka, Allah shine muku duka. Mutane, kasar mu ne mai daraja, kasar mu ne mai daraja, kasar Hausawa mai daraja. Ba ruwanku, ku tafi ku nema kasar ku. Wayo Allah bayana, kai, wallahi zagi na yayi min yawa har bayana na ciwo. Wayo, amma still Allah shine muku duka, Allah shine muku duka. Wayo, bayana. Karba, gashi. Karba. Wayo Allah. Bayana. Gashi. Wayo. Wayo Allah. Bayana.
No. This can't be yours. This can't be yours. I need you. You need me. Look at us. Look at us. Can you look at us?
We call ourselves one Nigeria, yet we strive before humanity and division before unity.
We need a leader to save us. But yet we forget that the power we require is all in our palms.
My palms.
Yes, in your palms.
The past is the lesson. The past is a lesson. Not a prison. Not a prison. The shift. The shift begins with me. With you.
Allah ku hakura da ni, ya hakuri. Ya
Did you hear that? We are power shifters. Power shifters.
One Nigeria, one nation.
We, me, you,
Power
one
shifters.
nation.
How? Power shifters.
We are the power shifters.
You say we're the power shifters.
I need you. You need me. We can stand together as one.
Please. I've realized my mistake. I'm
One
so
people.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
One Nigeria.
We are one Nigeria.
One
nation.
Nigeria.
We are one
One
Nigeria.
nation.
One nation. One Nigeria. One nation.
My fellow Nigerians, I stand here before you as a proud son of northern Nigeria. Our region has played a significant role in the history of leadership of this great nation. The region that produced the highest number of head of states, presidents, and other prominent politicians. Many people in the north feel that despite our contribution to the satisfies, the region continues to face multiple challenges such as insecurity, unemployment, artificial poverty, and their limited opportunities. We are labeled and tagged with the stereotypes that hurt and deepen division among the Nigerians. Our political dominance serves as a source of frustration and creates a political imbalance. The region serves as a hideout. The region serves as hideout of insurgency, which affects the socio-economic stability of the nation. This from the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of our hearts, we is the northern part of the country, we apologize. I'm here today not to reopen the old wounds, not to make the wounds to become new. I choose peace over a conflict. I choose building bridges over building walls. I choose common ground over enemies. And I choose one Nigeria, one nation. Today, I extended my hands in the recognition of to every region, every tribe, whether Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, and the other languages, and every community. Please forgive us of what we have done that wound Nigerians. May history remember, or may the history remember us not as an agent of national division, but as a peace ambassadors of who choose recognition, reconciliation, restored hope, and help build a new Nigeria as one compiled nation. Thank you.
Distinguished Nigerians, fellow brothers and sisters, seated in this room today is a combination of great minds from every region and every tribe. Receiving Nigerians, fellow brothers and sisters. Seated in this room today is a combination of great minds from every region and every tribe. And I stand here as a son of Eastern Nigeria, as an Igbo man. But let me say this on the very first sentence. This country was never meant to be a quarrel between the North, the East, the West, the South, or what have you. It was never so. Reducing our story that's always been part of the problem, and I will not repeat the mistake today. My confession. My people must own up to what we did wrong and not what has been done to us. My people who always speak of their wounds and never their wrongs have not yet grown into the wisdom but reconciliation requires. And that's why I stand as a son to make this statement. Some of our struggles have been from our own making. Our fractured politics, our sometimes transactional loyalty to money. Yes, I must own that. And to the shared Nigerian project. And we did not sympathize with the North when they were buried their Saduna of Sokoto, their Prime Minister, their Premier of the West in January 1966. Whatever the plotters' intention were, they did not bury their leaders. And the people already grieve in the antique vanity and never say sorry to those regions. And I say I'm sorry. We ask forgiveness from every region being aggrieved in our silence, a negligence that fed an outburst of after effect that inflicted pains in us when we had a Nigerian Biafra war. And I say again, we are sorry. It did not just cripple our economies, it crippled our political ambitions and crippled us for life. And yet we are recovering from that memory. Our confession must go beyond the North. It also go beyond the Benin, the Asaba, other towns which we are chosen successions. And we are called to liberation, where many had their occupation, but yet will drag them to this war of the Eastern aspirations. And we say we are sorry. In recent years, agitation has not just grown, but have shut down markets. In the Igbo cities, we are still suffering that our decision till now. The neighboring state, depending on the roads and the breeds, and the Mid-East and the minority of the people also suffer that. But we say we are sorry. And what is my prayer today? That everyone that have been aggrieved, and I stand as an Eastern son to say, that yet we might have our differences. But if we don't call out the wounds and repent from what we call our energy, and repent and say, yes, we have actually messed up in one time or the other in our life, we can't get the healing we desire. And this is our covenant today. And we say that God will help us. That the wounds that is in your heart, that is also in our heart, that God will help us to heal from it. I will make a commitment and a place today. That in this room, we are committed to the unity of Nigeria. Forgetting our biases and our guilt. Committing it instead of nation building. And then the empathy we need. I'm not saying that you should pity for me, but what I'm saying that we need an inclusion. We need a place and a family where peace will thrive. And we ask for forgiveness. God bless Nigeria.
A covenant of reconciliation, an open letter to Nigerians. Dear fellow Nigerians, Mokinyo, I greet you all. I write to you today not with the polished promises of politics, but with the sincere and hopeful heart of a son of the Yoruba land and a fellow Nigerian who believes that our nation can heal. As I reflect on who we are, I see my brothers and sisters from the north, the east, the south, and every corner of our beloved country. Before we can truly move forward, we must first pause, look one another in the eye, and acknowledge the journey that has brought us here. To my brothers and sisters across this nation, I see you. I recognize the scars of our shared history. I acknowledge the pain, the marginalization, the losses, and the moments when your voices were drowned out by the noise of our collective struggles. Your grief is real, and it deserves to be heard. Yet, healing begins with honest reflection. As Yorubas, we often take pride in our Omoluabi values, our character, culture, and intellect. However, there have been times when our intellect became a wall of arrogance, when our sophistication appeared as indifference to the struggles of others. There were moments when political calculations or self-preservation kept us silent, when we should have spoken boldly in defense of our fellow Nigerians. We have also at times allowed stereotypes to shape our perceptions, judging the entire region by the actions of a few. For these shortcomings, we take responsibility. Therefore, on behalf of the hills of Ondo, the ancient city of Ibadan, the waters of Lagos, the rocks of Abeokuta, the rivers of Oshun, and the warm spring of Ekiti, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Not because every individual is guilty, but because genuine reconciliation requires the courage and humility to say, "Ẹ jọ̀wọ́, ẹ dáríjì wá," meaning, please forgive us. In the same spirit, we also choose to release every form of resentment. We equally extend forgiveness to every region that has hurt us, misunderstood us, or overlooked us in the pursuit of Nigeria's future. We choose to let go of yesterday's wounds so that tomorrow may be better. Our elders widely remind us, "Bí a bá fọwọ́ ọ̀tún bá ọmọ wí, a fi tí òsì fà mọ́ra." And that means when we correct a child with the right hand, we draw them close with the left. Today we stretch our both hands. Let us build trust instead of fear, understanding instead of suspicion, and partnership instead of rivalry. Our diversity was never meant to be a weapon. It is our strength. From this day forward, the Southwest Nigeria commits to a new covenant. A covenant to build a nation where no tribe is oppressed, where your pain is my pain, and your joy is my joy. Let us rewrite Nigeria's story. Àjọṣe kò ní bàjẹ́. Our togetherness will not fail. May God bless every Nigerian, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yours truly, a fellow Nigerian from the Southwest.
Good evening, my fellow Nigerians. My name is Daniel Otu, and I stand before you today as a son of the South-South, a region richly blessed with oil, rivers, cultures, and resilient people. For decades, our land has known both abundance and adversity. But today is not about whose pain is greater.
It is about acknowledging that every region of Nigeria has suffered in one way or another. To our brothers and sisters across this nation, we see your pain. We truly, truly see your pain. We acknowledge your struggles, and we also grieve with you. But as we reflect on our own journey, we must also be honest with ourselves. There were times when our anger turned into actions that deepened the vision. There were moments when violence replaced dialogue, when we failed to hold our own leaders accountable, and when we allowed resentment to overshadow our shared humanity. For these moments, and for every action or silence that contributed to our national wound, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. Today, we also choose to forgive those whose actions, policies, or words have caused pain to our people. We refuse to let yesterday hurt rob us of our tomorrow's hope. From this day forward, we commit ourselves to building a Nigeria founded on justice, founded on peace, accountability, a nation where no region rises at the expense of another, but where every Nigeria rises together. Let this be our promise, that we will remember the past, reconcile now, and rebuild the future together. Thank you, and may God bless the people of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. My name is Grace India. I'm from Benue State, the North Central. My fellow Nigerians, I wonder if you have ever watched someone you love cry and wish there was something you could do to take their pain away. It's one of the hardest feelings in the world, because in moments like that, you realize something. We all carry pain differently. But pain is something every human being understands. That's why when I think about Benue, I don't first think about the conflict. I think about the people. I think about mothers. I think about fathers and children. Families whose lives changed in ways they never planned. And I know Benue is not the only place that has experienced pain. Every region of Nigeria carries its own story. That's why I don't stand here today to compare pain. I stand here to ask, what if our pain became the reason we understood one another? Instead of the reason we stayed divided. As a daughter of Benue, I know firsthand what loss can do. But I also know what hope can do. Hope gives people the courage to begin again. So today, I choose to believe that our future deserves more than our division. I choose to leave room for forgiveness. I choose to extend the hand of reconciliation. And I hope we can all find the courage to take one step toward each other. Because maybe, just maybe, peace doesn't begin when everyone agrees. Maybe peace begins the moment one person decides, I am willing to reach across the divide. Thank you very much.
My fellow Nigerians, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today as the daughter of the Northeast. Our land has known courage, resilience, and hope. But we have also known pain. Pain that started from within and escalates beyond our borders. But today is not about pain. It is about truth and responsibility. We acknowledge that there were times when fear silenced us. There were a time when we did not challenge hatred and extremism soon enough. There were a time when we defended our own instead of defending the truth. Too often, we allowed division grow where trust should have been built. For every moment of our silence, our choice, or our failure to act contribute to the pain and distrust of our fellow Nigerians. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. Today we also choose to forgive those whose words, their actions, their silence brought suffering to our people. Not because we have forgotten, no, but because we believe that Nigeria deserves a future greater than our past. As we say in Hausa, hannu ɗaya baya taɓa iya ɗaukan jinka, that one hand can never carry a heavy load. So let us all together choose justice over loyalty. Let us all choose dialogue over division. And let us choose peace over hatred. So I say, from Maiduguri to Jalungu, from Bauchi to Yola, from Gombe to Damatru, we extend our hands in friendship. May Allah unite our hearts and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now go there.
Can we all please be on our feet as we declare and decree our love for Nigeria through a song? Can we all